Hello dear listeners, welcome to IFFI Audiobooks. Here you can listen to crime, detective and mystery fiction. If you enjoy my content, please consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm notices me. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue across the tranquil waters of the Pacific. The ocean, as far as the eye could see, was an endless expanse of shimmering blue, calm and serene. It was the perfect day for a cruise, a day where the troubles of the world seemed to vanish into the horizon. But beneath the surface of this picturesque scene, something far more sinister was unfolding. Victor Hale, a man known for his sharp business acumen, sat alone on the deck of his luxury yacht, the Eclipse. The yacht, a state-of-the-art vessel equipped with every modern luxury imaginable, floated silently, the hum of the engines barely audible over the gentle lapping of the waves. Hale leaned back in his chair, a glass of aged scotch in his hand, watching the sun begin its slow descent. At 55, Hale was still a man of considerable power and presence. His graying hair was neatly combed, and his sharp blue eyes, which had overseen the rise of Hale Industries, scanned the horizon with the same intensity he used to examine his company's profit margins. But tonight, there was something different about him. A sense of unease clung to him like the salty mist in the air. He sipped his scotch and checked his watch. "Where the hell are they?" he muttered to himself, his voice barely audible over the faint wind. He had been expecting guests, important ones. Business associates, some close friends, and a few government officials were due to join him for what was supposed to be a relaxed evening of networking and discussions about future deals. But they were late. Uncharacteristically late. And Victor Hale was not a man who tolerated lateness, especially not in matters of business. He picked up his phone, scrolling through messages. No updates. He dialed the captain's quarters, tapping his foot impatiently as the phone rang. "Captain Norris," a gruff voice answered on the other end. "Any word from the launch?" "They were supposed to be here an hour ago," Hale said, his voice carrying an edge of irritation. "No, sir," Captain Norris replied. "No communications from the launch. Could be a signal issue, but we're still monitoring. The waters are calm, no sign of any problems." Hale sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Something wasn't right. He had an uncanny sense for when things were going wrong, a trait that had served him well in business, but this time, it was different. More visceral. "Keep trying to reach them," Hale ordered. "I'll be down shortly." As he ended the call, he stood up, taking a final sip of his scotch and placing the empty glass on the table beside him. The yacht was eerily quiet. Usually, there was a buzz of activity from the crew or the hum of conversations between guests, but tonight, there was only silence. Even the ocean seemed still, as if it were holding its breath. He made his way to the yacht's control room, the click of his polished shoes on the wooden deck the only sound echoing through the corridor. The control room of the Eclipse was a marvel of modern technology, with touchscreens, radar, and satellite systems all designed to keep the vessel running smoothly. Captain Norris, a weathered man in his late 40s with salt and pepper hair, was seated in front of the controls, staring at the monitors with a concerned expression. His first mate, Jordan, a younger man but equally experienced, was by his side, tapping away at the communication panel. "Captain," Hale said as he entered, his voice slicing through the tense atmosphere. "Any updates?" Norris shook his head, swiveling his chair to face Hale. "No word from the launch, sir. I've tried radio, satellite phone, even sent out a general distress signal just in case their systems are down. But nothing." Hale frowned, his eyes narrowing. "Distress signal? You think something happened to them?" "Unlikely, sir," Norris replied quickly. "The launch is state-of-the-art, just like this yacht. It's more of a precaution. Could be a simple malfunction, or interference with the signal out here. But it's strange, Jordan chimed in, not looking up from the console. We haven't seen any other vessels on the radar for miles. No ships, no aircraft, nothing. It's like we're the only ones out here. Hale felt a chill run down his spine. The ocean was vast, yes, but this was an established route, well traveled by commercial and private vessels alike. It didn't make sense for them to be this isolated, especially so close to the mainland. Keep trying, Hale ordered. And let me know the moment you hear anything. Captain Norris nodded, and Hale turned to leave, but as he reached the door, Jordan spoke again, his voice suddenly tense. Wait. Captain, look at this. Hale stopped, turning back toward the young first mate, who was staring at the radar screen. Norris leaned over his shoulder, squinting at the display. Is that? Norris began, trailing off. What is it? Hale demanded, stepping forward. Jordan hesitated before speaking, his fingers hovering over the screen. It looks like something's approaching. A small vessel, maybe, but it's moving fast. Too fast. Hale's heart pounded in his chest as he stared at the radar. Sure enough, a small blip was visible on the edge of the screen, moving at an alarming speed toward their position. Could be the launch, Norris suggested, though there was doubt in his voice. At that speed? Jordan muttered under his breath. No way. Hale didn't wait for further analysis. Get me eyes on that, he ordered. I want to know exactly what's out there. Jordan quickly pulled up the external cameras, cycling through different angles until one of the monitors displayed the distant horizon. The water was calm, the sky a deepening shade of purple as night approached. But then, just barely visible, a small dark shape appeared on the water. It was coming toward them, fast and purposeful. That's not the launch, Norris said quietly. Hale's stomach twisted with a growing sense of dread. Sound the alarm, he said in a low, controlled voice. Prepare for evasive maneuvers. I don't know what's coming, but I don't like it. As the captain and first mate sprang into action, Hale left the control room and made his way back to the deck. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and darkness was beginning to fall. He could feel the yacht shifting slightly as the engines kicked in, preparing to move away from the approaching vessel. But as he stepped outside, the wind picked up, howling through the rigging with an unnatural ferocity. The air, once warm and balmy, had turned icy cold in a matter of minutes. Hale's skin prickled with unease. Something was very wrong. The approaching vessel was now visible with the naked eye, a sleek, dark speedboat cutting through the water like a predator hunting its prey. Hale stared at it, his mind racing. Who could it be? Pirates? Competitors? Someone looking to settle a score? His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he quickly pulled it out. It was a message from one of his business associates, the one who had been on the launch. The message was short, but chilling. Don't trust them. Get off the yacht. Now. Hale's blood ran cold. He turned, rushing back toward the control room, but before he could take more than a few steps, the yacht's lights flickered. The hum of the engines faltered, then died altogether. The entire vessel shuddered to a halt, plunging into an eerie silence. Captain! Hale shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the growing wind. Suddenly, the yacht rocked violently, as if struck by something massive. Hale lost his balance, stumbling forward and grabbing onto the railing to keep from falling overboard. The speedboat was now dangerously close, cutting off any chance of escape. And then, just as quickly as it had come, the wind stopped. The sea became deathly still. Hale stood frozen, his heart pounding in his chest as the speedboat pulled up alongside the yacht. Several figures, dressed in black and wearing masks, climbed aboard. Hale turned and ran, his instincts screaming at him to get away. He rushed down the stairs, heading for the lower decks, but the sound of footsteps behind him was closing in fast. He reached the corridor leading to his private quarters, but just as he rounded the corner, a pair of hands grabbed him from behind, yanking him backward with brutal force. "Mr. Hale," a voice said, cold and menacing. "You're coming with us." Hale struggled, but the grip on him was too strong. He felt a sharp pain in his side as something jabbed into him, and within seconds, his vision blurred, darkness creeping in at the edges. The last thing he heard before everything went black was the sound of the yacht's engines roaring to life once more, and the distant, fading call of Captain Norris shouting his name. The next morning, the Coast Guard received a distress call from a passing vessel. A luxury yacht, adrift and abandoned, had been spotted off the coast. No one was aboard, and there were no signs of a struggle, only eerie silence. As investigators boarded the Eclipse, they found everything in perfect order. The tables were set for dinner, the beds neatly made, and the engine room still humming with power. But of Victor Hale, there was no trace. The businessman had vanished without a word, leaving behind only questions, and the unsettling sense that something far more sinister had occurred on that silent, dark night at sea. It was late, nearing midnight, when Detective John T. Cross received the call. The sky outside his small apartment was a blanket of inky darkness, interrupted only by the distant flicker of city lights. The phone's shrill ring jolted him awake from a half-doze on the couch. He had been watching a documentary on cold cases, but his mind had drifted back to work, as it often did. There was always another case, always another mystery to solve. He grabbed the phone, rubbing his eyes. "Cross," he said, his voice hoarse from sleep. "Detective, you need to come down to the Hale residence," said a voice on the other end. It was Officer Sandra Myers, his colleague from the precinct. She sounded tense, her words clipped. "We found something." John T. sat up straight, instantly alert. The name, Hale, alone was enough to chase away any lingering grogginess. Victor Hale's disappearance had been the talk of the city for days. A prominent businessman vanishing from his luxury yacht, with no signs of foul play and no ransom demands, had left the police department baffled. There was speculation, of course, kidnapping, murder, maybe even a faked disappearance, but so far, there had been nothing concrete to go on. "What is it?" he asked, already reaching for his jacket and keys. "Best you see for yourself," Officer Myers replied. "It's odd. We found something in his study, hidden behind a loose panel in the wall. A letter. Torn, and, well, it's better if you just get here." John T. frowned but didn't press for more details. "On my way." Within minutes, he was out the door, the chill of the late autumn air biting at his face as he slid into his old, beat-up sedan. The drive to Hale's estate, nestled in the hills on the outskirts of the city, was quiet, the streets empty save for the occasional car passing in the opposite direction. He couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as he approached the sprawling mansion. The media had been camped outside for days, but the place itself, dark, silent, and imposing, had an unsettling presence. As John T. pulled up to the gates, an officer waved him through. The estate loomed ahead, the grand facade of the Hale mansion illuminated by the cold, sterile lights that lined the driveway. He parked, got out, and approached the entrance, where Officer Myers was waiting for him. "Detective," she greeted him with a nod, her breath visible in the frigid night air. "Glad you could make it. Any leads?" John T. asked as they walked inside. "Not much," she admitted. "But this letter, it's strange. We're hoping it'll give us some clues as to what happened." The inside of the Hale mansion was as impressive as the outside. Marble floors, towering ceilings, expensive art hanging on every wall. It was the home of a man who had built an empire, a man used to getting what he wanted. But tonight, the opulence only made the emptiness feel more pronounced. The house felt deserted, almost lifeless, as if it had been abandoned long before Hale's disappearance. "Where's the letter?" Jonty asked as they walked down a long hallway, their footsteps echoing in the silence. "In his study," Myers replied. "We found it during a routine search." One of the officers noticed a slight draft coming from behind a bookcase. Turns out there was a loose panel, and the letter was hidden there. "It's torn and blood-stained." "Bizarre," Jonty muttered. "Any idea whose blood?" "Not yet," Myers said. "We'll get it tested, but for now, it's a mystery." They reached the study, a large, elegant room with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, leather armchairs, and a massive oak desk dominating the center of the space. Several officers were still inside, examining the room. One of them, a forensic specialist, nodded as Jonty and Myers entered. "Detective Cross," the specialist said, holding up an evidence bag. Inside was the torn letter, its edges frayed and stained with what looked like dried blood. "This is what we found." Jonty took the bag, holding it up to the light to get a better look. The letter was in rough shape, as if it had been hastily torn apart. The bloodstains were smeared, obscuring part of the message, but enough of the words were visible to send a chill down his spine. "The hourglass is running out," Jonty read aloud, his brow furrowing. "What the hell does that mean?" Officer Myers shrugged. "Beats me. And then there's this." She handed him a close-up photograph taken of the back of the letter. Scrawled in faded ink was a strange symbol, an intricate, geometric design that looked almost like an abstract hourglass. It was unlike anything Jonty had ever seen before. "What do you make of it?" Myers asked. Jonty stared at the symbol for a long moment, trying to make sense of it. It wasn't a corporate logo or anything related to Hale's business that he recognized. It seemed more ancient, somehow. Something occult or ritualistic, though he wasn't sure. "I don't know," he admitted, handing the photograph back. "But whatever this is, it's not random. Hale wasn't just some businessman. He had connections, powerful ones. Maybe this symbol has something to do with that." Myers nodded. "We should dig into his personal life more. See if he was involved with anything unusual. I'll have the symbol analyzed, see if it matches anything in our database." "Good idea," Jonty said. "And let's get that blood tested ASAP. I want to know whose it is." As Myers stepped away to make a call, Jonty walked around the study, his eyes scanning the room. Something felt off. Hale had been a meticulous man, organized, precise, always in control. The fact that he had hidden the letter behind a loose panel suggested he had been afraid of something, or someone. But what could have scared a man like Victor Hale? He knelt down in front of the bookcase where the panel had been found, running his fingers along the edges. There was no dust, no signs of forced entry. Whoever had hidden the letter had done so recently, and carefully. Jonty's mind raced with possibilities. Was Hale the one who hid it? Or had someone else come here after his disappearance? As Jonty stood back up, Myers returned, her face pale. "The blood's fresh," she said quietly. "No more than a day old." Jonty frowned, a sense of dread settling in his stomach. "That means someone was here recently. Could it be Hale's blood?" "We don't know yet," Myers replied. "But if it's not his, then whose?" Jonty's mind was already racing. If the blood wasn't Hale's, then it meant someone else had been in the mansion, possibly after Hale disappeared. Was someone trying to cover up what had happened? Or had someone left the letter as a message? He looked at the torn edges of the paper, thinking aloud. This wasn't just hidden, it was torn apart, like someone didn't want the whole message to be found. Why leave part of it behind? Was it a mistake, or a deliberate choice? Myers crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing. If it's deliberate, what are they trying to tell us? Jonty looked back at the letter, focusing on the cryptic message, "The hourglass is running out." It felt like a warning. But for whom? And why? "Whatever it means," Jonty said, "we're running out of time, too." He paced the room, thinking through the facts they had so far. Hale had been missing for over a week, but there had been no ransom, no demands. This letter, with its bloodstains and cryptic message, was the first real clue they had found, and it raised more questions than answers. "Someone wants us to find this," Jonty said after a long silence. "But they also don't want us to understand it fully. The torn edges, the symbol, it's like they're playing a game with us." Myers shook her head. "A dangerous game." Jonty glanced back at the desk, his mind still turning over the possibilities. "Have we looked into Hale's personal connections? His family? Business rivals?" "Yeah," Myers said, rubbing her temples. "But so far, everyone's clean. His family is distraught, of course. His wife hasn't left the house in days, and his son's been dealing with the media circus. No leads there. Business partners are all cooperative, but they're just as baffled as we are." Jonty wasn't convinced. "We're missing something," he said softly, almost to himself. "Something big." He turned back to the torn letter. "This message isn't just a threat. It's a clue." Later that night, after the search of Hale's residence was complete, Jonty sat in his small office at the precinct, the blood-stained letter laid out on his desk in front of him. The words kept circling in his mind, refusing to let him rest. What hourglass? Time was clearly a key element, but time for what? A deadline? A countdown? Jonty felt the familiar weight of unsolved mysteries pressing down on him. He had dealt with plenty of strange cases before, but this one had an edge to it that unnerved him. Hale wasn't just missing, he had been taken, and whoever had taken him was leaving breadcrumbs. Dangerous ones. The door to his office creaked open, and Officer Myers stepped inside, carrying a folder. "Got something for you," she said, dropping the folder on his desk. "We ran the symbol through every database we could think of, nothing. No matches. It's not connected to any known group, cult, or organization that we're aware of." Jonty opened the folder, staring at the enlarged image of the symbol. His gut told him it was important, but without a lead, it was just another puzzle piece. "I also spoke to some of Hale's old associates," Myers continued. "Nothing strange, but one of them mentioned something interesting. A few months ago, Hale started acting paranoid. Said he was being followed, but when they pressed him about it, he brushed it off. Claimed it was just business stress." Jonty leaned back in his chair, considering this new information. Paranoid? And now we find this letter, with blood on it, hidden in his study. Myers nodded. Exactly. Jonty stared at the letter for a long time, his thoughts spiraling. Paranoia. A hidden letter. A cryptic message about time running out. Whoever had written this knew Hale, and they had known him well enough to frighten him. But why? "We're being led somewhere," Jonty said quietly. "But the question is, who's leading us?" As Myers left the room, Jonty picked up the letter again, running his fingers along the torn edges. Something told him that the hourglass wasn't just running out for Victor Hale. It was running out for all of them. It was well past midnight when Jonty's phone rang again. He had barely slept, tossing and turning as the cryptic letter and blood-stained message haunted his thoughts. His small apartment was dark, save for the faint glow of the city's streetlights seeping through the curtains. He groaned, reaching for the buzzing phone on his nightstand. "Cross," he answered, his voice groggy but sharp with curiosity. "John T., it's Williams." The voice on the other end was quick, agitated, and unmistakable. Williams had been John T.'s friend for years, ever since their early days on the force, but more than that, he was the tech wizard John T. could always count on. If something digital could be uncovered, Williams was the man to do it. "Please tell me you're not calling at this hour because you can't sleep," John T. muttered, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Would I call you at 2 a.m. if I didn't have something big?" Williams shot back, a note of excitement creeping into his tone. "I found something. Something you need to see. Now." John T. sat up, his heart thudding in his chest. "Found what?" "Footage. From the night Hale disappeared," Williams replied. "But it's not just any footage. It's from a security camera on the dock near his yacht, the Eclipse. There's something, or someone, lurking around right before he went missing." John T.'s pulse quickened. They had already scoured through all available footage, or so he had thought. If Williams had found something, it was likely buried in a place no one had thought to look. "I'm on my way," John T. said, already pulling on his clothes. "Text me the address." "Will do." "But, John T., it's weird. You'll see what I mean." Williams hung up, leaving John T. to wonder what "weird" could possibly mean in a case already filled with cryptic messages and hidden bloodstains. He grabbed his keys and jacket, locking up his apartment as he headed out into the cold, crisp night air. His old sedan sputtered to life as he drove through the nearly deserted streets, the city eerily quiet at this late hour. 15 minutes later, he pulled up to Williams' modest apartment, a place filled with more computers and surveillance monitors than furniture. As John T. knocked, the door swung open almost immediately, revealing a disheveled Williams, still in his hoodie and jeans, dark circles under his eyes but an eager grin on his face. Come in," Williams said, gesturing toward his cluttered desk. "You won't believe this." "Better be worth waking me up for," John T. quipped, stepping inside. "What did you find?" Williams didn't waste any time. He guided John T. to the corner of the room, where a large monitor was set up, surrounded by scattered papers and empty coffee cups. On the screen, frozen in grainy black and white, was footage of the dock where Hale's yacht had been moored the night of his disappearance. "Here's the thing," Williams began, speaking fast as his fingers hovered over the keyboard. "The footage from the yacht's own security cameras is clean. Too clean. I think someone wiped them." John T. raised an eyebrow. "Wiped? You're saying someone tampered with the yacht's footage before we even got to it?" "Exactly," Williams confirmed, his voice tight with focus. "But I dug around, and I found a nearby dock camera, a public one that nobody thought to check. It didn't catch much, but it got this." He clicked play, and the footage began to roll. The timestamp on the bottom right corner read 11:47 p.m. The dock was mostly empty, bathed in soft moonlight and the artificial glow of a nearby lamp post. Hale's yacht was visible in the background, its sleek, pristine form gleaming in the night. Everything seemed normal, calm, even. But then, just as the footage reached the 11:49 mark, something shifted. "Wait for it," Williams murmured, his eyes glued to the screen. A shadowy figure appeared at the edge of the frame, moving quickly but cautiously along the dock. The figure was dressed in dark clothing, almost blending into the night, but their movement was deliberate, purposeful. They stopped near the yacht, their face hidden from view by the hood of their jacket and the grainy quality of the camera. "There," Williams said, pausing the video at the exact moment the figure turned slightly toward the camera. John T. leaned in, his eyes narrowing. "Who the hell is that?" "I don't know," Williams admitted. "But see that?" He zoomed in on the figure's hand, and there, barely visible in the grainy footage, was an unusual ring on the person's right hand. It was large and ornate, catching the faint light of the dock lamp as the figure moved. Even with the poor resolution, the ring stood out, a symbol or pattern etched into the metal, though it was too distorted to make out the details. "That ring," Jonty muttered, his mind racing. "It's distinctive. Whoever this is, they're not trying to blend in entirely." "Exactly what I thought," Williams said, clicking through the footage frame by frame. "They're trying to stay hidden, but they left something behind. That ring, it's the key." Jonty stood up straight, his pulse quickening. "Have you seen that symbol before? Anything in the database?" Williams shook his head. "Not yet. I've run it through every known registry of symbols and insignia, but nothing's come up so far. It's not a standard corporate logo, not related to any government body, and it's not part of any known gang or organization that I could find. But it could be connected to something secretive," Jonty mused, pacing. "A private group, maybe something underground?" Williams shrugged, his fingers tapping restlessly on the keyboard. "Possibly. There's something else, though. Watch what happens next." Jonty focused on the screen again as Williams hit play. The figure, after lingering near the yacht for a few moments, reached into their pocket and seemed to place something on the dock near the boarding ramp. They glanced around quickly, then moved away, disappearing out of the camera's view just as silently as they had arrived. "Did we recover anything from the dock?" Jonty asked, leaning closer to the monitor. Williams shook his head. "That's the thing, when the police initially searched the dock, they didn't find anything. But the footage clearly shows they left something behind. My guess? Someone else came by and picked it up before we even got there." Jonty felt a rush of frustration. It was as if every new piece of evidence slipped through their fingers before they could make sense of it. But this shadowy figure, the strange ring, the placement of an unknown object on the dock, was something they couldn't ignore. "Can we enhance the footage? Get a clearer look at the ring?" Jonty asked, though he knew it was a long shot. "I'll try, but this camera's ancient," Williams replied, already zooming in on the figure's hand. The footage grew more pixelated as he worked, the image distorting further as he tried to pull out details. Finally, after several minutes of tweaking the contrast and sharpening the image, Williams leaned back in his chair. "Best I can do," he said, pointing to the screen. The ring was now slightly clearer, though still grainy. It appeared to be a thick band with a unique, almost tribal design carved into it. There was no way to identify the figure's face or gender, but the ring was unmistakable. Jonty stared at the screen for a long moment, the wheels in his mind turning. "We need to find out what that ring means. It's not just an accessory, it's significant. Whoever that is, they're wearing it for a reason." Williams nodded, though his expression was grim. "I'm already working on it, but this could take some time. It's not a common design. We might need to dig deeper, private databases, archives, maybe even black market connections. It could be linked to something off the grid." Jonty sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Do it. And fast. This might be our only solid lead." "Consider it done," Williams said, his fingers already flying across the keyboard again. "I'll call in a few favors, see what I can find." Jonty stood up, his mind buzzing with the implications of what they had just uncovered. The figure lurking near Hale's yacht was no random intruder, this was planned. Calculated. And the ring? That was a mark, a sign of affiliation. But with whom? And why target Victor Hale? As he made his way to the door, John T. paused, glancing back at Williams. "Keep me posted. I don't care what time it is. The second you find something, call me." Williams gave him a quick salute, his eyes glued to the screen. "You got it, boss." By the time John T. left Williams' apartment, dawn was beginning to break, painting the sky in hues of pale pink and orange. The city was slowly waking up, but John T. felt no closer to sleep. His mind raced with questions, about the figure, the ring, and the cryptic message they had found in Hale's mansion. The hourglass is running out. What did it all mean? And how did the figure in the footage fit into it? John T. parked his car at the precinct and headed inside, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten as he sifted through the new information. He made his way to his desk, grabbed his notebook, and jotted down every detail he could remember from the footage. The shadowy figure. The ring. The object they had left behind on the dock. There was a pattern here, he just had to find it. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he glanced at the screen. It was Officer Myers, his colleague on the case. "Morning, Myers," John T. answered, his voice low. "I hope you've got good news for me." "Not exactly," Myers said, her tone serious. "But I do have an update. The blood on that letter we found. It's not Hale's." John T. frowned. "So whose is it?" "We're still running tests," Myers replied. "But here's the thing, it's fresh, no more than a day or two old, and it matches no known records in our system." John T. cursed under his breath. Another dead end. "But that's not all," Myers continued. "I spoke to a few of Hale's close associates. One of them mentioned something interesting. Hale had recently been meeting with some unusual people. Private meetings, off the books, no paper trail. We're talking old money, secretive types. One of them wears a ring just like the one you described." John T.'s heart skipped a beat. "You're sure?" "Positive," Myers said. "Looks like we've got ourselves a connection. I'm digging into it now." John T. hung up, his mind racing. The figure in the footage wasn't just some random intruder, they were connected to something far bigger, something Hale had been involved with before he disappeared. The pieces of the puzzle were finally starting to fall into place. But as John T. stared out the window, watching the sun rise over the city, he couldn't shake the feeling that time really was running out, and that the shadowy figure in the footage was only the beginning of a much darker conspiracy. The precinct buzzed with the usual hum of activity, but Detective John T. Cross had little time for the familiar chaos. His focus was entirely on the new lead that had just landed in his lap like a thunderbolt. Victor Hale, the missing businessman whose disappearance had turned into a web of cryptic messages and shadowy figures, was having an affair. And not just with anyone, Evelyn Carter, a high-profile lawyer known for her ruthless ambition and media-friendly charm. Her name carried weight in the city, and she wasn't just any lawyer, she had powerful connections, a reputation for winning, and a spotlight that would make her an interesting suspect. John T. stared at the file on his desk, his mind turning over the implications. It had been Myers, ever the dogged investigator, who had uncovered the affair. She had found it in a string of encrypted emails between Hale and Carter, buried in a folder labeled "Personal" on one of Hale's old office computers. John T. didn't know how Myers managed to crack the encryption, but that was her gift, digging up what people wanted to stay hidden. Now, Hale's personal indiscretions had taken the investigation in an entirely new direction. John T. ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. There was no denying it, Carter's involvement complicated everything. On the surface, she appeared to have nothing to do with Hale's disappearance, but affairs were dangerous things. Desperate people made desperate moves, and a secret this big could destroy careers, reputations, maybe even lives. A knock on his door interrupted his thoughts. Myers stepped in, holding a stack of new files. "Just got the full report on Evelyn Carter," she said, setting the stack on his desk. "She's clean on the surface, but something's off." Jonty raised an eyebrow, flipping through the file. "Off how?" "Well, she's squeaky clean when it comes to her legal work, almost too clean. No loose ends, no controversies, just success after success." "But personally?" Myers paused, glancing at the folder. "She's careful, very private. Her affair with Hale. It's the first real slip in her otherwise perfect public image. That makes me think she's hiding something bigger." Jonty leaned back in his chair, considering the information. "And she hasn't come forward. She knew Hale went missing, but she didn't say a word." "Exactly," Myers said, crossing her arms. "If she's innocent, why not come clean? She's a lawyer, she'd know how suspicious this looks." "True," Jonty mused. "But that doesn't automatically make her guilty. Still, the timing is too convenient to ignore." Myers tilted her head. "So, what's the plan?" "We bring her in." Jonty shook his head. "No, not yet. Let's play this carefully. We need to talk to her, see how she reacts. If we spook her too early, we might never get the truth." Myers nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Got it. But Jonty, if this woman's as sharp as her reputation suggests, she'll see us coming." Jonty smirked, the challenge igniting something in him. "Then we better be smarter." Later that afternoon, Jonty found himself standing in the sleek, marble-lined lobby of Carter & Associates, the prestigious law firm Evelyn Carter had built from the ground up. It was a towering building in the heart of the financial district, the kind of place where deals were made behind closed doors and power was wielded with a smile. Jonty glanced around, noticing the subtle elegance of the place. The air was thick with money and influence. Every detail, from the polished floors to the modern art hanging on the walls, screamed success. But underneath it all, Jonty could feel a tension. He wasn't here for legal advice, he was here to question one of the city's most prominent figures about the disappearance of her lover. A receptionist with perfectly coiffed hair and a professional smile approached him. "Detective Cross?" she asked, her voice soft yet firm. "That's me," Jonty replied, slipping into his usual calm demeanor. "I'm here to see Evelyn Carter." "Ms. Carter is expecting you," the receptionist said, gesturing toward a sleek elevator. "She'll meet you in her office on the 18th floor." Jonty nodded and made his way to the elevator, the polished steel doors reflecting his grim expression as they slid shut. He had a feeling this conversation wouldn't be easy. When he stepped out onto the 18th floor, he was greeted by the sight of a spacious office lined with floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic view of the city skyline. Evelyn Carter stood in front of one of those windows, her back to him, gazing out over the city she had dominated for years. She was tall, poised, and impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit that spoke of both elegance and authority. "Detective Cross," she said without turning around, her voice cool and controlled. "I've been expecting you." Jonty approached her, taking a moment to observe her. There was something about her presence, an air of confidence, of control, that made him uneasy. She wasn't nervous. If anything, she seemed prepared. "Evelyn Carter," Jonty said, his voice even. "I'm sure you know why I'm here." Finally, she turned, her sharp blue eyes locking onto his. "I do," she replied, walking over to her desk. "This is about Victor." Jonty didn't miss a beat. "You knew Victor Hale was missing, and yet you didn't come forward. You didn't tell anyone about your relationship with him." Carter didn't flinch. Instead, she sat down behind her desk, crossing her legs with the ease of someone who had nothing to hide, or at least, someone very good at hiding it. "I didn't see the need," she said calmly. "My relationship with Victor was private. It had no bearing on his business, and I assumed the police would find him in due time." Jonty studied her, his mind racing. She was too controlled, too measured. Every word she spoke seemed rehearsed, as though she had already anticipated this conversation. "Private?" Jonty repeated, his tone skeptical. "That's an interesting choice of words for a man who's disappeared under suspicious circumstances." Her gaze remained steady, unfazed by his accusation. "Victor and I had an arrangement. It was discreet. We enjoyed each other's company, but it wasn't serious." Jonty took a step closer, his eyes narrowing. "You were having an affair with him. And now he's gone, and we find out you've been keeping secrets. That makes you a suspect." Carter sighed, her expression softening, though Jonty suspected it was more for show than anything else. "I understand why this looks suspicious," she said, leaning forward slightly. "But I assure you, Detective, I had nothing to do with Victor's disappearance. Yes, we were involved, but I would never hurt him. If anything, I cared about him. I wouldn't want to see him harmed." Jonty crossed his arms, still unconvinced. "You expect me to believe that?" "Believe what you want," she replied, her voice steady. "But I'm telling you the truth. Victor was a complex man, and our relationship was one of convenience. I had no reason to harm him." "Convenience?" Jonty echoed, leaning forward on her desk. "It sounds like you're minimizing it, Ms. Carter. We found encrypted emails between you and Hale, messages that weren't exactly convenient. They were intimate. Personal." For the first time, Evelyn's composed exterior faltered. It was slight, just a flicker of hesitation, but Jonty caught it. He pressed on. "You're a high-profile lawyer," Jonty said, his voice low and pointed. "You deal with powerful people. Secrets are your currency. So why keep this hidden? If it's just an arrangement, why encrypt the emails?" Evelyn paused, her jaw tightening. She straightened in her chair, her eyes hardening. "Because I'm a public figure, Detective," she said, her voice now cold. "And I have a reputation to protect. My clients depend on my discretion. My personal life is none of your concern, and frankly, it's none of the public's concern either." "Maybe," Jonty conceded, his eyes locked on hers. "But Victor Hale's life is our concern. And right now, you're the only link we've got to his disappearance." There was a tense silence as Evelyn Carter stared him down, her blue eyes icy. For a moment, Jonty thought she might break, that he had finally pushed her too far. But instead, she sighed, leaning back in her chair, her demeanor shifting once again to that calm, calculated professionalism. "I have nothing to hide, Detective," she said quietly. "But I'm not going to let you or anyone else drag my name through the mud based on nothing but assumptions. If you want answers, you'll have to find them yourself." Jonty straightened up, the tension thick in the air between them. "Oh, don't worry," he said, his voice hard. "I will." As Jonty stepped out of Carter and Associates and into the bustling streets below, his thoughts raced. Evelyn Carter had been too careful, too composed. She hadn't slipped, hadn't cracked under pressure. If she was hiding something, she was damn good at it. His phone buzzed, pulling him from his thoughts. It was Myers. "Hey, how'd it go?" she asked, her voice cutting through the noise of the street. Jonty sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "She's smart, Myers. Too smart. Didn't give anything away. Think she's involved?" Myers asked, her voice curious. "I don't know," Jonty admitted, glancing up at the towering law firm behind him. "But I'm not ruling her out. There's more to this story, and I'm going to find out what." As Jonty walked down the street, his thoughts still focused on Evelyn Carter and the tangled web of secrets surrounding Victor Hale, he couldn't shake the feeling that the deeper he dug, the more dangerous this case would become. And somewhere in the shadows, the clock continued to tick. It was just after midnight when Detective Jonty Cross's phone rang. He had been in the middle of reviewing notes on Evelyn Carter, rehashing every word of their earlier meeting, trying to figure out what she wasn't telling him. The sharp, incessant buzzing on his bedside table snapped him out of his focus, the name flashing across the screen, Myers. Jonty groaned and rubbed his eyes. He had a bad feeling about this call. It was too late for anything good. "Yeah, Myers," he answered, his voice thick with exhaustion. "Jonty, I need you down here." Now, her voice was urgent, and in the background, Jonty could hear the faint crackle of a police radio and the hum of activity. It was the sound of a crime scene. "What's going on?" he asked, already swinging his legs out of bed and reaching for his clothes. "It's another body," Myers said, her voice dropping to a whisper as though she didn't want anyone around her to hear. "Same MO as before. Hourglass symbol, carved into the skin. But this time, it's not some businessman, this guy has connections to the underworld. A banker. Goes by the name Lucas Grant. You need to see this for yourself." Jonty froze, his hand halfway to his shirt. The hourglass symbol again. The same twisted mark they had found at Victor Hale's mansion, in that blood-stained letter. It wasn't just a coincidence. It couldn't be. "Where?" Jonty asked, his voice tight with urgency now. "Industrial District, an old warehouse on Pier 13. It's bad, Jonty. You'll want to hurry." Jonty muttered a curse under his breath, grabbed his jacket, and headed out the door. His mind raced as he navigated the empty streets. The hourglass symbol had appeared again. But this time, it wasn't tied to a luxury yacht or a missing businessman. To the underworld. It felt like the pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place, but with each piece, the picture became more terrifying. The warehouse on Pier 13 was the kind of place where bad things happened, and no one noticed. The air smelled of salt and rust, and the thick fog rolling in from the bay gave everything a sinister, shadowy quality. Jonty parked his car and spotted the flashing blue and red lights of the squad cars up ahead. A small group of officers was huddled near the entrance, their expressions grim. Myers was already there, crouching beside the body, her gloved hands holding a flashlight as she examined the scene. She glanced up when she saw Jonty approach, her face pale beneath the harsh crime scene lighting. "Jonty," she said, standing up and gesturing to the body. "You're not going to believe this." Jonty stepped forward, and his stomach twisted when he saw the corpse lying on the cold concrete floor. Lucas Grant, the corrupt banker Myers had mentioned, was sprawled out, his arms splayed unnaturally to the side. His skin was pale, almost waxen, and across his bare chest was the same symbol Jonty had seen before, an hourglass, crudely carved into the flesh with a jagged, almost desperate hand. Jonty knelt beside the body, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. The cut was deep, angry, as if the killer had wanted to send a message. The hourglass symbol was unmistakable. "Same symbol," Jonty muttered, more to himself than anyone else. "The hourglass is running out. Whoever did this wanted us to know it's connected," Myers said, crossing her arms tightly. "But this time, it's different. This guy wasn't some high-profile businessman like Hale. Lucas Grant was dirty. His name's been whispered in connection with money laundering for years, though nothing ever stuck. He was slippery. Had a lot of friends in the underworld, and just as many enemies. Jaunty glanced up at her. Anyone in particular who might want him dead? Myers shook her head. Not yet. We're digging, but Grant was involved with some powerful people. He made enemies on both sides of the law. Could be anyone. Jaunty stood up, his mind working furiously. 2 bodies, both with the same symbol. One's a businessman who vanishes from a luxury yacht. The other's a corrupt banker, tied to the criminal underworld. What the hell's the connection? Myers looked just as lost as he was. We thought Hale's disappearance was just some rich guy getting in over his head. But now. She gestured to Grant's body. This changes everything. Whoever did this isn't just playing with the elite. They're targeting people with power, money, influence, connections. It's bigger than we thought. Jaunty nodded, though a deep sense of unease settled over him. The more they uncovered, the darker the picture became. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were being led down a path, one that might end somewhere neither of them wanted to go. Any other evidence? Jaunty asked, forcing himself to focus. Yeah, Myers said, motioning toward one of the other officers. We found this next to the body. The officer stepped forward, holding a clear evidence bag. Inside was a small, sand-filled hourglass, no more than a few inches tall, the kind you'd find on an antique desk or in an old study. The sand had nearly run out, just a few grains left in the top half. Jesus, Jaunty muttered, taking the bag. Whoever did this is sending a message. They're telling us we're running out of time. But for what? Myers asked, her voice a mix of frustration and fear. Jaunty didn't answer. He didn't have one. A few hours later, Jaunty found himself in the sterile, fluorescent-lit confines of the city morgue. The smell of disinfectant and cold steel filled the air, a stark contrast to the brutal violence of the crime scene. Dr. Asha Patel, the city's chief medical examiner, stood over the body of Lucas Grant, her face a mask of clinical detachment as she prepared to begin the autopsy. Jaunty and Myers watched from the observation window, the glass separating them from the morgue's cold reality. Jaunty's mind was still racing with questions, but one thing was clear, the hourglass symbol wasn't just a coincidence. It was deliberate, methodical. It meant something. Cause of death? Jaunty asked as Dr. Patel began her examination. Blunt force trauma to the head, Patel replied, not looking up. He was struck with a heavy object, likely a metal pipe or something similar. The blow would have killed him instantly. The carving was done post-mortem. Any sign of a struggle? Myers asked. Patel shook her head. None. No defensive wounds, no signs that he fought back. My guess is he was ambushed. Knocked out before he even knew what hit him. Jaunty's jaw tightened. So the killer wanted him dead first, then they carved the symbol. That's what it looks like, Patel said, her voice clinical. Whoever did this took their time. The carving is deep, precise. They weren't in a rush. Jaunty stared at the body, his mind turning over the possibilities. Someone had gone to the trouble of killing Lucas Grant and then marking him with the hourglass symbol, just like the letter they had found at Hale's mansion. But why? What was the connection between Hale, a prominent businessman, and Grant, a banker with ties to the criminal underworld? Grant's ties to the underworld, Jaunty said, turning to Myers. Who was he working with? Any known associates? Myers glanced at her notes. Grant had connections to several crime families in the city. He was laundering money for them, helping them move dirty cash through legitimate businesses. We've been trying to pin something on him for years, but he was always careful. Kept everything off the books. Jaunty's mind raced. What if Hale was involved? What if this whole thing, Hale's disappearance, Grant's murder, it's all part of something bigger. Myers looked skeptical. Hale was a businessman, sure. But he was clean. No criminal record, no known ties to the underworld. Maybe he was clean on the surface, Jonty replied, his voice hard. But what if he got mixed up with the wrong people? What if that's why he disappeared? The thought hung in the air like a dark cloud. It was possible. More than possible. Back at the precinct, Jonty and Myers pored over files, trying to find any connection between Hale and Grant. The hours ticked by, the night stretching into early morning. Coffee cups littered the desk, and the quiet hum of the precinct at night was broken only by the occasional shuffle of papers and the clatter of keyboards. "Look at this," Myers said, her voice breaking the silence. She pointed to a file she had pulled on one of Hale's recent business deals. Jonty leaned over to get a better look. It was a contract for a major real estate development project, a luxury hotel in the heart of the city. The project was backed by several investors, but one name stood out. Lucas Grant, Jonty muttered, his eyes narrowing. He was one of the investors. Myers nodded. Hale and Grant were working together on this project. It was one of the biggest deals Hale had made in recent years. Jonty stared at the file, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fall into place. Hale and Grant weren't just connected, they were in business together. And that business had ties to the criminal underworld. What if this deal went south? Jonty said, his mind racing. What if Hale found out something he wasn't supposed to? Maybe he tried to back out, and that's why he disappeared. Myers frowned. It's possible. But if Hale's alive, why hasn't he come forward? Why hasn't the killer taken credit? Jonty shook his head. I don't know. But one thing's clear, this isn't just about money. It's about power. And whoever's behind this, they're making sure we know we're running out of time. As the sun began to rise, casting a pale light over the city, Jonty sat back in his chair, the weight of the case pressing down on him like a lead blanket. Two bodies, both marked with the same hourglass symbol. One, a businessman with everything to lose. The other, a banker with everything to hide. The connections between Hale and Grant were becoming clearer, but the motive was still shrouded in mystery. And the more they uncovered, the more dangerous the case became. Jonty couldn't shake the feeling that they were being led into a trap. The hourglass was ticking, and time was running out. But for whom? As he stared at the files in front of him, his phone buzzed with a new message. It was from an unknown number. You're getting close. But not close enough. The hourglass is running out. Jonty's blood ran cold. Detective Jonty Cross sat at his desk in the precinct, the city's morning light filtering through the blinds in thin, tired beams. His mind raced as he shuffled through a pile of documents related to Lucas Grant and Victor Hale. The gruesome murder of Grant still lingered fresh in his thoughts, but it was the hourglass symbol carved into the body that haunted him the most. The cryptic message, the slow trickle of evidence, the feeling that something much larger was at play, it gnawed at him. His phone buzzed on the desk, cutting through his reverie. He glanced at the screen, an unknown number. Jonty felt a moment of hesitation before he picked it up. The last anonymous message he'd received had chilled him to the bone. He answered. There was silence for a few seconds, just enough time for his pulse to quicken. Then a voice, low and distorted, came through. You're looking in the wrong places, detective. Victor Hale left behind more than just a trail of missing money. Jonty's grip tightened on the phone. Who is this? That's not important, the voice replied, cold and emotionless. You want to know why Hale disappeared, right? There's something he's been hiding, something buried deep within his company. Go to his office. Look for the hidden vault. A vault? Jonty's eyes narrowed, his voice low and skeptical. Why should I trust anything you say? You don't have a choice, the voice hissed. Go to Hale's office. The truth is there, but you're running out of time, detective. The hourglass is almost empty. Before Jonty could press for more information, the line went dead. He stared at the phone, his heart thudding against his ribcage. The mysterious voice had mentioned the hourglass again, the same one carved into Lucas Grant's skin, the same one referenced in that torn, blood-stained letter found at Hale's mansion. Jonty quickly dialed Myers, his trusted partner and sounding board. Myers, I just got a call, anonymous tip. Someone claims there's a hidden vault in Hale's office. Said it's got something we need to see. Do we trust it? Myers asked, her voice cautious. She never took anything at face value. I don't know, Jonty said, pacing around his desk. But I can't shake the feeling that whoever this is, they're connected. They mentioned the hourglass again. Myers was silent for a moment. We've got nothing else, Jonty. If this tip pans out, it could blow the whole case open. Meet me at Hale's office, Jonty said, grabbing his coat. We're going to find out if this vault exists. Victor Hale's office was located on the 35th floor of a gleaming, high-rise building in the heart of the financial district. It was the kind of place that reeked of power and wealth, with sleek marble floors and glass walls offering panoramic views of the city skyline. But today, the office felt cold, sterile, like a tomb for secrets long buried. Jonty and Myers arrived at the building, flashing their badges to the security team who begrudgingly let them in. Hale's office had been sealed since his disappearance, locked down by the company's board and his legal team. But a court order had given the police access, and now Jonty was determined to find the vault. Myers followed Jonty into the lavish executive suite, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of the hidden vault. We've been through this place before, she said, frustration creeping into her voice. There was nothing here. Whoever called me knows something we don't, Jonty said, his tone serious. And if they're right, Hale had more going on than we ever realized. The office was immaculate, too immaculate. Jonty walked over to the massive oak desk that dominated the center of the room, his fingers brushing over its polished surface. The shelves behind it were lined with books and framed accolades, while the walls were adorned with abstract paintings, the kind that cost more than a car. He ran his fingers along the edge of the bookshelf, pressing in different spots, looking for anything that might hint at a hidden compartment. There's got to be something we missed, he muttered. Myers, meanwhile, was examining the wall opposite the desk, knocking gently on the panels. It's a classic setup, she said. If there's a vault, it won't be out in the open. It'll be hidden, probably behind something expensive. Jonty shot her a glance, a faint smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. You think this guy would hide his secrets behind a painting? Myers shrugged. Rich guys love hiding things behind art. Jonty turned toward one of the large abstract paintings on the wall, an indistinct swirl of colors and shapes. He stared at it for a moment, then stepped closer, reaching out to lift the frame off the wall. It didn't budge. His brow furrowed. He inspected the edges of the frame more carefully, then noticed a small latch on the side, nearly invisible against the dark wood. His heart raced as he flicked it open. With a soft click, the painting slid to the side, revealing a metal door embedded into the wall. Jonty's breath caught in his throat. Myers, he said, his voice low and tense. We've got something. Myers hurried over, her eyes widening as she saw the hidden vault. Holy hell, she muttered. You were right. Jonty knelt down to examine the vault door. It was sleek and modern, built into the wall with no visible handle or keypad. How the hell do we get this open? Myers leaned in, her tech-savvy brain already spinning with ideas. It's probably coded to a fingerprint or a retinal scan. If Hale designed this himself, it's not going to be easy. Jonty's mind raced. We need to get into his files. There has to be something in there that'll give us access. Maybe a password, a clue. Start with his computer. Myers nodded and quickly moved to the desk, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she hacked into Hale's system. If he left something in here, it's buried deep, she muttered, her eyes scanning line after line of encrypted data. Wait, hold on. I've got something. There's a file marked Project Hourglass. Jonty's blood ran cold at the mention of the hourglass again. Open it. Myers typed in a few more commands, and the file unlocked. A blueprint of the vault door appeared on the screen, along with a string of access codes. I've got the code for the vault, Myers said triumphantly. It's a two-step process. First the code, then a manual override. Let's do it, Jonty said, stepping back toward the vault. Myers entered the code into the keypad, and after a few tense seconds, the vault door made a soft, mechanical whir before swinging open. Inside the vault, rows of neatly organized documents filled the shelves, along with hard drives, old cassette tapes, and a few boxes of personal items. But what immediately caught Jonty's eye was a thick folder sitting on the middle shelf, marked Confidential. Jonty pulled it out, his hands steady despite the weight of what he might uncover. What do you think is in there? Myers asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Only one way to find out, Jonty said, flipping the folder open. The moment Jonty began sifting through the documents, it was clear they had stumbled onto something much bigger than they anticipated. The pages were filled with intricate financial reports, contracts, and correspondences, each more damning than the last. These are dealings with foreign governments, Jonty said, his voice tight with disbelief. Hale was brokering illegal trade deals, smuggling money and resources out of the country. This is treason. Myers leaned in, her eyes scanning the pages. Holy shit, Jonty. He was selling classified technology to foreign governments. There's evidence here that he was working with hostile nations, countries that would pay through the nose for this kind of information. Jonty's head spun. No wonder he went missing. If he was involved in this kind of operation, there were a lot of people who would want him dead, or at the very least, silenced. As he flipped through more pages, something else caught his attention. A list of names, high-ranking officials from several countries. Each name had a corresponding dollar amount next to it. He was paying people off, Jonty muttered, feeling the weight of the conspiracy sink in. Politicians, diplomats, military officers. He was buying influence, ensuring that no one could touch him. Myers stood back, her expression dark. This goes beyond a missing person case. If this information gets out, it could cause an international incident. People would go to war over this. Jonty nodded, his thoughts racing. He had known Hale was hiding something, but this was more than he could have imagined. The stakes were far higher than he had realized, and the deeper they dug, the more dangerous it became. Someone found out, Myers said, her voice distant as she pieced it together. Hale's partner, Lucas Grant. He must have known about these deals. Maybe that's why he was killed. Jonty's mind raced as the pieces started falling into place. Grant's death, the hourglass symbol, the anonymous tip, it all pointed back to these illegal dealings. Before he could respond, his phone buzzed again. It was another message from the same unknown number. You found it. But the hourglass is still running. Don't get comfortable, detective. Jonty stared at the message, his blood turning cold. They were being watched. Detective John T. Cross sat in the darkened precinct, the low hum of the city barely audible through the thick glass windows. The tension in the air was almost palpable as he stared at the confidential documents spread out before him on his desk. The newly uncovered details from Victor Hale's vault weighed heavily on his mind: illicit dealings with foreign governments, bribery, treason, and a vast network of corruption that ran deeper than anything he had anticipated. But one detail continued to gnaw at him: the anonymous tip that had led him to the vault. Whoever had sent that message clearly wanted John T. to find the truth, but why? And why now? The ominous hourglass symbol continued to haunt his every thought. It seemed to symbolize the notion that time was running out, but for whom? Hale? Himself? Or was it something far larger? His phone buzzed softly on the desk, breaking the silence. It was Williams, his trusted friend and the team's tech expert. "John T., I've found something," Williams' voice came through, tight with urgency. "What have you got?" John T. leaned forward, running his hand through his hair. He was exhausted, the weight of the case pressing down on him, but this sounded important. "I've been analyzing the documents you found in Hale's vault. There's something big, an offshore account that's been hidden under layers of fake businesses and shell corporations. It connects Hale and Grant, but it's not just their money flowing through this account. The account has ties to a crime syndicate. Ever heard of the Black Horizon?" John T. felt a chill creep down his spine. He had heard whispers of the Black Horizon before, a shadowy organization rumored to control a vast network of illicit activities across continents. Drugs, arms dealing, human trafficking, financial crimes, they had their hands in everything. But no one had ever gotten close enough to prove their existence. They were more of a ghost story told among the underworld, a faceless entity that no one dared cross. Black Horizon. You're telling me Hale and Grant were in bed with them? John T. asked, his voice low and disbelieving. "Not just in bed with them," Williams replied, his voice grave. "They were part of their operations. I cross-referenced some of the account details with data I've been working on for months. Hale's offshore account isn't just a slush fund for illegal deals, it's a conduit. Money from foreign governments, dirty politicians, and corrupt bankers. It's all funneled through this account and ends up in the hands of Black Horizon operatives. I think Hale and Grant were laundering money for them." John T.'s mind raced as he processed the information. This wasn't just a case of corporate corruption or personal vendettas anymore. They were up against an international crime syndicate, one that was powerful, ruthless, and operating in the shadows. "We need to meet," John T. said, his voice sharp with urgency. "Bring everything you've got. We need to figure out how deep this goes." "I'm already on my way," Williams replied. "But John T., be careful. These people don't leave loose ends. If we're getting this close to their operation, they'll know." John T. hung up, a deep unease settling in his chest. The Black Horizon. He had stumbled onto something far more dangerous than he had anticipated. But there was no turning back now. The only question that remained was whether he could untangle the web of lies and deception before it was too late. An hour later, John T. sat in the dimly lit corner booth of a 24-hour diner. The smell of burnt coffee and stale pastries lingered in the air, but it was one of the few places where they could meet without drawing attention. The precinct was too risky, and Hale's office was compromised. Williams had insisted on a more discreet location, and John T. knew better than to argue. Williams walked in a few minutes later, carrying a small laptop bag and a stack of files under his arm. He slid into the booth across from John T., his face lined with tension. He was always the more laid-back of the two, the tech-savvy problem solver who could crack any code or dig up any secret. But tonight, His usual calm demeanor had been replaced with a hard edge, a sense of urgency that Jonty rarely saw in him. "Sorry I'm late," Williams said, dropping the files onto the table. "I had to triple-check everything. These people don't leave a digital footprint unless they want to. But I'm certain, Hale and Grant were laundering money for Black Horizon." Jonty took a deep breath, feeling the gravity of what they were dealing with. "So, what's the connection? How does a businessman and a corrupt banker end up involved with an international crime syndicate?" Williams opened his laptop and pulled up a series of spreadsheets and digital documents, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he explained. It started with a real estate project that Hale and Grant were backing. They needed funding, but the usual investors weren't biting. That's when Black Horizon stepped in. They offered the money, but in return, they wanted Hale and Grant to launder cash through their offshore accounts, dirty money from arms deals, drug trafficking, you name it. Hale thought he could handle it, but things got messy. "And Grant?" Jonty asked, his eyes narrowing. Grant was deeper in than Hale. He wasn't just laundering money, he was actively working with the syndicate, brokering deals between Black Horizon and corrupt officials in several countries. He got greedy, Jonty. That's why they carved the hourglass into his skin. It's a message, he ran out of time. Jonty's mind reeled. And Hale? Is that why he disappeared? Did he get in over his head? Williams nodded grimly. Hale was trying to back out. He realized just how dangerous Black Horizon was, but you don't just walk away from them. Either they take you out, or you disappear on your own terms. My guess is Hale's still alive, but he's hiding. He's running out of time, just like Grant. Jonty leaned back in his seat, trying to make sense of it all. So, Black Horizon kills Grant, Hale goes into hiding, and now we're left with two bodies, a missing businessman, and a crime syndicate breathing down our necks. Williams looked at him, his expression deadly serious. And they know we're onto them. That tip you got about the vault? It wasn't just a warning. It was a trap. They want us to keep digging, but they're going to come for us once we get too close. Jonty stared at the flickering light above the booth, the enormity of the situation sinking in. We need to figure out our next move. But first, we need more evidence, something concrete that ties Hale, Grant, and Black Horizon together. Williams nodded. There's more in these documents. I've barely scratched the surface, but there's a paper trail leading to some big names. Politicians, military officials, even some high-ranking law enforcement. They're all in on it. Jonty's stomach twisted. So, we can't trust anyone. Not until we have enough to bring them down. Exactly, Williams said, closing his laptop and sliding the files back into his bag. But we need to be careful. If Black Horizon realizes we're getting too close, they'll take us out before we have a chance to blow the whistle. Jonty nodded, his mind working through the possibilities. We need to move fast, but we also need to cover our tracks. No more obvious moves. We can't afford to be sloppy. As they stood to leave, Williams placed a hand on Jonty's shoulder. Watch your back, Jonty. These people don't play by the rules. They'll kill anyone who gets in their way. I know, Jonty said, his voice low. But we're not backing down. Not now. Not after everything we've uncovered. Later that night, Jonty sat in his dimly lit apartment, the weight of the case pressing down on him like never before. The discovery of Hale's offshore account and the connection to Black Horizon had changed everything. What had once seemed like a simple missing person case had spiraled into a dangerous web of corruption, international crime, and murder. His phone buzzed on the table next to him. It was a message from Myers. Be careful, Jonty. There's something you should know about Black Horizon. We've tangled with them before. Jonty frowned, his pulse quickening. He quickly texted back. What do you mean? When? A few moments later, the response came through. Years ago, we were investigating a smuggling ring. It led back to Black Horizon. We didn't get far before our witnesses started turning up dead. We had to shut the case down. These people are everywhere. Jonty stared at the screen, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew they were in deep, but this confirmed it. Black Horizon wasn't just a shadowy organization, they were deeply entrenched in every facet of the criminal underworld, and they were untouchable. But Jonty wasn't one to back down. He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. The hourglass might be running out, but he wasn't going to stop until he found Victor Hale, uncovered the full extent of Black Horizon's operation, and brought them all down, even if it meant risking everything. The investigation had taken a dangerous turn, but Jonty knew one thing for certain: the truth was out there, buried beneath layers of lies and deception. And he was determined to find it, no matter how many shadows he had to walk through to get there. Detective Jonty Cross sat in his cramped office, the faint hum of the overhead fluorescent light buzzing in the silence. The clock on the wall ticked softly, a constant reminder of the minutes slipping by. Every step he took in this case felt like he was walking on quicksand. Every lead, every piece of evidence, it all crumbled before he could get a solid grip on it. Something wasn't adding up. It had been weeks since Victor Hale disappeared, and since then, the investigation had spiraled into something far more sinister. The discovery of the Black Horizon crime syndicate had sent shockwaves through the department, but now, even that revelation was being suffocated under a shroud of secrecy. Jonty leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he replayed the last few days in his mind. The leads that should have blown the case wide open had somehow fizzled out, key witnesses disappearing just as they were about to talk, potential arrests slipping through his fingers. It wasn't just bad luck. Someone on the inside was feeding information to the criminals. Someone close. The thought gnawed at him, dark and insidious. The idea that there might be a mole inside the police department, someone betraying them, wasn't just unsettling, it was terrifying. A sharp knock at the door broke his train of thought. It was Williams, holding a coffee cup in one hand and a folder in the other. His face was tense, the lines of stress etched deeper than usual. He walked in without waiting for an invitation and sat down across from Jonty. "You look like hell," Williams said, setting the coffee down in front of Jonty. "Thanks," Jonty replied dryly, rubbing his temples. "I feel like hell." Williams leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "You've been quiet lately. Not like you to keep things bottled up." Jonty hesitated, his fingers tracing the edge of the coffee cup as he debated how much to say. He trusted Williams, he was one of the few people Jonty could count on, but even so, this was delicate. "I think there's a leak," Jonty finally said, his voice low. "Inside the department. Someone's feeding information to the people we're trying to take down." Williams' eyebrows shot up in surprise, though his expression quickly darkened with understanding. "You're serious?" Jonty nodded. "Too many things have gone wrong. Too many leads fall apart just before we can act. Every time we get close to something big, someone knows about it ahead of time. We're being played, and it's coming from inside." Williams looked thoughtful for a moment, his usual quick responses silenced by the gravity of Jonty's accusation. "Do you have any idea who it could be?" Jonty sighed, shaking his head. "Not yet. But I have a few suspicions." "Are you thinking Myers?" Williams asked, his voice dropping into a whisper. Jonty's jaw tightened. Myers had been acting strange lately, and not just in the usual gruff way. He had always been a good cop, but something had shifted. His sudden reluctance to follow certain leads, his habit of stonewalling key parts of the investigation, it was all suspicious. But John T. wasn't ready to accuse him outright, not without more proof. "I don't know," John T. admitted. "But I can't rule anyone out. Not until we know for sure." Williams exhaled slowly. "That's dangerous territory, John T. If you're right and someone on the inside is working with the Black Horizon or whoever's behind Hale's disappearance, we can't make any mistakes. One wrong move, and they'll shut us down for good." John T. knew Williams was right. Accusing a fellow officer, especially one as respected as Myers, would set off a chain of events that couldn't be undone. He couldn't afford to be reckless, but he couldn't ignore the growing evidence either. "I'm going to dig a little deeper," John T. said, his voice firm. "We can't go to internal affairs yet. If the mole knows we're onto them, they'll go underground. I need to play this smart, but we need to stay one step ahead." Williams nodded, though there was a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Just be careful. You've got enemies on the outside and, apparently, on the inside too. That's a dangerous mix." "I know," John T. said grimly. "But we're too close now. I'm not letting this case slip away." Later that afternoon, John T. sat in his car, parked a block away from an old warehouse near the docks. The windows were grimy, the building run down and forgotten. According to a source, this place had ties to Black Horizon, specifically to a money laundering operation linked to Hale's offshore accounts. John T. hadn't wasted any time checking it out. He had received the tip from a contact on the street, someone who usually had reliable information. But as he stared at the warehouse, a sinking feeling settled in his stomach. Something felt wrong. The place was too quiet, too empty. John T. pulled out his phone and dialed Williams. "I'm at the docks, checking out that lead. Something's off. The place looks abandoned. Want me to send backup?" Williams asked. John T. hesitated, glancing around. If the tip had been compromised, the last thing he wanted to do was alert whoever might be watching. "Not yet. I'll take a look around first." "Be careful," Williams said, his voice edged with caution. John T. hung up and stepped out of the car, his hand instinctively resting on his holstered weapon as he approached the warehouse. The air was thick with the smell of saltwater and industrial waste, the distant rumble of the docks providing a steady background noise. He reached the door, pushing it open slowly, and stepped inside. The interior was as dilapidated as the exterior, crates stacked haphazardly, dust covering every surface. But there was no sign of recent activity, no indication that this place had been used for anything, let alone a sophisticated money laundering scheme. "Damn it," John T. muttered under his breath. The source had been wrong. Or worse, someone had fed him bad information on purpose. He turned to leave, but as he did, a faint sound echoed through the building. A shuffling noise, followed by the unmistakable click of a gun being cocked. John T. froze, his heart pounding in his chest. Slowly, he reached for his weapon, his eyes scanning the shadows. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice steady despite the tension in his muscles. There was no response, but the sound of footsteps grew closer, deliberate and menacing. Without warning, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall, dressed in black, and wearing a balaclava. The man's eyes were cold and calculating, and the gun in his hand was pointed directly at John T. "Drop the gun," the man ordered, his voice low and dangerous. John T's grip tightened on his weapon, his mind racing. He was outnumbered, and he didn't know if there were more of them lurking in the dark. But something about the situation felt off. Why hadn't they shot him already? Why the theatrics? Slowly, John T. raised his hands, keeping his eyes on the man in front of him. "What do you want?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he gestured for Jonty to toss his gun to the ground. Jonty complied, the weapon clattering against the concrete floor. The man took a step closer, his gaze unwavering. "You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, detective. Walk away. This is your only warning." "Who sent you?" Jonty asked, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. "You already know the answer to that." Before Jonty could respond, the man turned and disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Jonty standing alone in the empty warehouse, his heart still racing. The next morning, Jonty stormed into the precinct, his mind spinning from the events at the warehouse. The message had been clear: back off or face the consequences. But Jonty wasn't backing off. Not now. His eyes immediately found Myers, who was sitting at his desk, casually sipping a cup of coffee as if everything were normal. But to Jonty, nothing felt normal anymore. "Myers," Jonty called, his voice sharp. Myers looked up, raising an eyebrow. "What's up, Jonty?" "We need to talk," Jonty said, his tone brooking no argument. Myers stood and followed Jonty into an empty interrogation room, his expression a mixture of curiosity and annoyance. "What's this about?" Jonty closed the door behind them, his fists clenched at his sides. "I went to the docks last night. I got a tip about a warehouse that was supposedly connected to the Black Horizon." Myers nodded slowly, though there was no hint of surprise on his face. And it was a setup," Jonty said, his voice rising. "Someone knew I was coming. They were waiting for me. I was almost killed." Myers leaned back against the wall, crossing his arms. "What are you saying, Jonty?" "I'm saying there's a leak in the department." Jonty replied, his eyes locked on Myers. "Someone is feeding information to the people we're trying to take down. Every lead I follow gets compromised before we can act. Someone is tipping them off." Myers' expression darkened, his jaw tightening. "You think it's me?" Jonty didn't answer immediately, his gaze narrowing as he studied Myers' reaction. "I don't know what to think anymore. But someone's playing both sides, and I need to figure out who." Myers stared at him for a long moment, his eyes hard. "Watch your step, Jonty. You're making dangerous accusations." Jonty felt a surge of frustration. He couldn't trust anyone, not even Myers, the man who had once been his mentor, the man who had taught him everything he knew about being a detective. "Maybe you should start watching yours," Jonty said coldly. "Because if I find out you're involved in this, I won't hesitate to take you down." Myers' eyes flickered with something Jonty couldn't quite read, anger, perhaps, or fear. But before Jonty could push further, Myers straightened up and left the room without another word, leaving Jonty alone with his suspicions. Back in his office, Jonty sat down heavily, his mind racing. The events of the past 24 hours had confirmed his worst fears: someone was leaking information, and it was only a matter of time before they made their next move. He couldn't afford to wait. His phone buzzed, and he glanced at the screen. It was a message from Williams. "I've got something. Meet me at the usual spot. We need to talk." Jonty stared at the message for a moment before grabbing his coat and heading for the door. The walls were closing in, but Jonty wasn't going down without a fight. Detective Jonty Cross sat in his cramped office, the faint hum of the overhead fluorescent light buzzing in the silence. The clock on the wall ticked softly, a constant reminder of the minutes slipping by. Every step he took in this case felt like he was walking on quicksand. Every lead, every piece of evidence, it all crumbled before he could get a solid grip on it. Something wasn't adding up. It had been weeks since Victor Hale disappeared, and since then, the investigation had spiraled into something far more sinister. The discovery of the Black Horizon crime syndicate had sent shockwaves through the department, but now, even that revelation was being suffocated under a shroud of secrecy. Jonty leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing as he replayed the last few days in his mind. The leads that should have blown the case wide open had somehow fizzled out, key witnesses disappearing just as they were about to talk, potential arrests slipping through his fingers. It wasn't just bad luck. Someone on the inside was feeding information to the criminals. Someone close. The thought gnawed at him, dark and insidious. The idea that there might be a mole inside the police department, someone betraying them, wasn't just unsettling, it was terrifying. A sharp knock at the door broke his train of thought. It was Williams, holding a coffee cup in one hand and a folder in the other. His face was tense, the lines of stress etched deeper than usual. He walked in without waiting for an invitation and sat down across from Jonty. "You look like hell," Williams said, setting the coffee down in front of Jonty. "Thanks," Jonty replied dryly, rubbing his temples. "I feel like hell." Williams leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "You've been quiet lately. Not like you to keep things bottled up." Jonty hesitated, his fingers tracing the edge of the coffee cup as he debated how much to say. He trusted Williams, he was one of the few people Jonty could count on, but even so, this was delicate. "I think there's a leak," Jonty finally said, his voice low. "Inside the department. Someone's feeding information to the people we're trying to take down." Williams' eyebrows shot up in surprise, though his expression quickly darkened with understanding. "You're serious?" Jonty nodded. "Too many things have gone wrong. Too many leads fall apart just before we can act. Every time we get close to something big, someone knows about it ahead of time. We're being played, and it's coming from inside." Williams looked thoughtful for a moment, his usual quick responses silenced by the gravity of Jonty's accusation. "Do you have any idea who it could be?" Jonty sighed, shaking his head. "Not yet. But I have a few suspicions." "Are you thinking Myers?" Williams asked, his voice dropping into a whisper. Jonty's jaw tightened. Myers had been acting strange lately, and not just in the usual gruff way. He had always been a good cop, but something had shifted. His sudden reluctance to follow certain leads, his habit of stonewalling key parts of the investigation, it was all suspicious. But Jonty wasn't ready to accuse him outright, not without more proof. "I don't know," Jonty admitted. "But I can't rule anyone out. Not until we know for sure." Williams exhaled slowly. "That's dangerous territory, Jonty. If you're right and someone on the inside is working with the Black Horizon or whoever's behind Hale's disappearance, we can't make any mistakes. One wrong move, and they'll shut us down for good." Jonty knew Williams was right. Accusing a fellow officer, especially one as respected as Myers, would set off a chain of events that couldn't be undone. He couldn't afford to be reckless, but he couldn't ignore the growing evidence either. "I'm going to dig a little deeper," Jonty said, his voice firm. "We can't go to internal affairs yet. If the mole knows we're onto them, they'll go underground. I need to play this smart, but we need to stay one step ahead." Williams nodded, though there was a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Just be careful. You've got enemies on the outside and, apparently, on the inside too. That's a dangerous mix." "I know," Jonty said grimly. "But we're too close now. I'm not letting this case slip away." Later that afternoon, Jonty sat in his car, parked a block away from an old warehouse near the docks. The windows were grimy, the building run down and forgotten. According to a source, this place had ties to Black Horizon, specifically to a money laundering operation linked to Hale's offshore accounts. Jonty hadn't wasted any time checking it out. He had received the tip from a contact on the street, someone who usually had reliable information. But as he stared at the warehouse, a sinking feeling settled in his stomach. Something felt wrong. The place was too quiet, too empty. Jonty pulled out his phone and dialed Williams. "I'm at the docks, checking out that lead. Something's off. The place looks abandoned. Want me to send backup?" Williams asked. Jonty hesitated, glancing around. If the tip had been compromised, the last thing he wanted to do was alert whoever might be watching. "Not yet. I'll take a look around first." "Be careful," Williams said, his voice edged with caution. Jonty hung up and stepped out of the car, his hand instinctively resting on his holstered weapon as he approached the warehouse. The air was thick with the smell of saltwater and industrial waste, the distant rumble of the docks providing a steady background noise. He reached the door, pushing it open slowly, and stepped inside. The interior was as dilapidated as the exterior, crates stacked haphazardly, dust covering every surface. But there was no sign of recent activity, no indication that this place had been used for anything, let alone a sophisticated money laundering scheme. "Damn it," Jonty muttered under his breath. The source had been wrong. Or worse, someone had fed him bad information on purpose. He turned to leave, but as he did, a faint sound echoed through the building. A shuffling noise, followed by the unmistakable click of a gun being cocked. Jonty froze, his heart pounding in his chest. Slowly, he reached for his weapon, his eyes scanning the shadows. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice steady despite the tension in his muscles. There was no response, but the sound of footsteps grew closer, deliberate and menacing. Without warning, a figure emerged from the shadows, tall, dressed in black, and wearing a balaclava. The man's eyes were cold and calculating, and the gun in his hand was pointed directly at Jonty. "Drop the gun," the man ordered, his voice low and dangerous. Jonty's grip tightened on his weapon, his mind racing. He was outnumbered, and he didn't know if there were more of them lurking in the dark. But something about the situation felt off. Why hadn't they shot him already? Why the theatrics? Slowly, Jonty raised his hands, keeping his eyes on the man in front of him. "What do you want?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he gestured for Jonty to toss his gun to the ground. Jonty complied, the weapon clattering against the concrete floor. The man took a step closer, his gaze unwavering. "You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, detective. Walk away. This is your only warning." "Who sent you?" Jonty asked, his voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through him. The man's lips curled into a cold smile. "You already know the answer to that." Before Jonty could respond, the man turned and disappeared back into the shadows, leaving Jonty standing alone in the empty warehouse, his heart still racing. The next morning, Jonty stormed into the precinct, his mind spinning from the events at the warehouse. The message had been clear: back off or face the consequences. But Jonty wasn't backing off. Not now. His eyes immediately found Myers, who was sitting at his desk, casually sipping a cup of coffee as if everything were normal. But to Jonty, nothing felt normal anymore. "Myers," Jonty called, his voice sharp. Myers looked up, raising an eyebrow. "What's up, Jonty?" "We need to talk," Jonty said, his tone brooking no argument. Myers stood and followed Jonty into an empty interrogation room, his expression a mixture of curiosity and annoyance. "What's this about?" Jonty closed the door behind them, his fists clenched at his sides. "I went to the docks last night. I got a tip about a warehouse that was supposedly connected to the Black Horizon. Myers nodded slowly, though there was no hint of surprise on his face. And it was a setup, Jonty said, his voice rising. Someone knew I was coming. They were waiting for me. I was almost killed. Myers leaned back against the wall, crossing his arms. What are you saying, Jonty? I'm saying there's a leak in the department, Jonty replied, his eyes locked on Myers. Someone is feeding information to the people we're trying to take down. Every lead I follow gets compromised before we can act. Someone is tipping them off. Myers' expression darkened, his jaw tightening. You think it's me? Jonty didn't answer immediately, his gaze narrowing as he studied Myers' reaction. I don't know what to think anymore. But someone's playing both sides, and I need to figure out who. Myers stared at him for a long moment, his eyes hard. Watch your step, Jonty. You're making dangerous accusations. Jonty felt a surge of frustration. He couldn't trust anyone, not even Myers, the man who had once been his mentor, the man who had taught him everything he knew about being a detective. Maybe you should start watching yours, Jonty said coldly. Because if I find out you're involved in this, I won't hesitate to take you down. Myers' eyes flickered with something Jonty couldn't quite read, anger, perhaps, or fear. But before Jonty could push further, Myers straightened up and left the room without another word, leaving Jonty alone with his suspicions. Back in his office, Jonty sat down heavily, his mind racing. The events of the past 24 hours had confirmed his worst fears. Someone was leaking information, and it was only a matter of time before they made their next move. He couldn't afford to wait. His phone buzzed, and he glanced at the screen. It was a message from Williams. I've got something. Meet me at the usual spot. We need to talk. Jonty stared at the message for a moment before grabbing his coat and heading for the door. The walls were closing in, but Jonty wasn't going down without a fight. Detective Jonty Cross walked through the bustling streets of downtown, his mind swirling with fragments of the case. The lights from the surrounding buildings flickered against the glassy pavement as a light drizzle began to fall, making the city feel cold and distant. Jonty pulled his collar up against the chill, trying to shake the feeling that had been nagging at him for days. He couldn't shake the thought that they were running out of time. Every second they wasted, the more elusive the truth became. The investigation into Victor Hale's disappearance had grown murkier with each passing day. First, it was his connections to illegal dealings. Then it was the discovery of a mole within the department, and now, the tangled web of his personal relationships. One name had resurfaced in his investigation again and again, Evelyn Carter. Jonty had questioned Carter weeks ago, but the prominent lawyer had been cagey, withholding more than she had shared. She had painted a picture of a mere professional relationship with Hale, downplaying the rumors of their affair. But Jonty's gut told him there was more to it. And now, after a series of revelations, it was clear that she wasn't just an innocent bystander. She was deeply involved, perhaps deeper than even she was willing to admit. Jonty had asked for a second meeting, and this time, Carter hadn't hesitated. The sense of urgency in her voice when she had agreed to meet told him something had changed. As Jonty approached the secluded cafe where they were meeting, he spotted her sitting in a dimly lit corner, nursing a glass of wine. She looked different tonight, her usual composed, polished demeanor was replaced with a strained expression. The faint tremble in her hands as she lifted her glass was the first indication that she was finally ready to talk. He approached cautiously, sliding into the booth across from her. For a moment, they sat in silence, the soft hum of conversation from the surrounding patrons filling the air. Jonty's eyes never left her face. Evelyn, Jonty said, his voice calm but probing, you've been holding back. I need you to tell me everything. Carter sighed deeply, her fingers nervously tracing the rim of her glass. She didn't meet his gaze at first, her eyes fixed on the wine swirling in the glass. "I didn't want to get involved," she said softly, her voice barely audible. "I thought if I stayed quiet, it would all blow over. But I can't do that anymore." Jonty leaned in slightly, sensing the weight of what was about to come. "What are you hiding?" Carter finally looked up, her eyes filled with a mixture of regret and fear. "Victor, he wasn't just my lover," she admitted. "He was my client, and he knew things that could ruin me." The admission hung in the air, heavy and damning. Jonty remained silent, waiting for her to continue. "I didn't know at first," she said, her voice trembling. "When we started seeing each other, it was just an affair. A mistake, but one that seemed harmless at the time. But then, he started asking for favors. Small things at first. Helping him cover up minor discrepancies in his financial records, overlooking certain things. But it kept escalating." Jonty's mind raced as she spoke. "Blackmail?" he asked, his tone hardening. Carter nodded, her eyes dark with guilt. "Yes. He threatened to expose me, to ruin my career, my reputation. He had information on some of my clients, things that could destroy them. I was careful, but Victor was always one step ahead. He knew how to dig into people's lives, how to find their vulnerabilities." "How long has this been going on?" Jonty asked, his fingers tightening around the edge of the table. "Almost a year," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "He used me to cover his tracks, to hide his dealings. But I swear, Jonty, I had no idea how deep it went, until recently. I didn't know about Black Horizon, or his ties to the underworld. But when I did, why didn't you come forward sooner?" Jonty pressed, trying to keep the frustration out of his voice. "Because I was scared," she snapped, her composure cracking. She quickly regained herself, wiping a tear that had escaped. "You have no idea what he was capable of. Victor wasn't just powerful, he was dangerous. He made sure I knew that. If I crossed him, he wouldn't just take me down, he'd destroy everyone I cared about. And I wasn't the only one he had dirt on. There are others, Jonty. People who hate him. People who wanted him gone." Jonty's eyes narrowed. This was the lead he'd been waiting for. "Who?" he asked. Carter hesitated, glancing around as if the walls might be listening. "Victor had a lot of enemies," she said slowly. "But there's one in particular you should look into, Damien Coulter." The name hit Jonty like a punch to the gut. Coulter was a notorious name in the city's underground, a man with ties to organized crime, money laundering, and more than a few mysterious disappearances. If Hale had crossed paths with Coulter, it could explain a lot. "Coulter?" Jonty repeated. "What's his connection to Hale?" Carter took a deep breath, her hands shaking as she pushed a strand of hair behind her ear. "Victor did business with him, illegal business. But something went wrong. A deal, a double cross, I don't know the details. All I know is that Coulter swore he'd make Victor pay. And, the last time I saw Victor, he told me he was in danger. That Coulter was closing in on him." Jonty's mind was already racing, trying to connect the dots. If Coulter was involved, it meant the stakes were higher than ever. And if Evelyn was right, Hale might not just have been running from his legal troubles, he could have been running for his life. "Evelyn," Jonty said, his tone softening, "I need you to be straight with me. Is there anything else? Anything that could help us find Hale?" She hesitated, biting her lip as she considered his question. Finally, she reached into her purse and pulled out a small, worn envelope. This was in Victor's office. I don't know what it means, but I think it's important. Jaunty took the envelope, opening it carefully. Inside was a handwritten note with just a few cryptic words. The sand slips through faster than you think. Time is running out. And at the bottom, the same hourglass symbol that had been haunting the investigation. Back at the precinct, Jaunty sat in his office, staring at the note Evelyn had given him. The words swirled in his mind, cryptic and foreboding. The hourglass symbol was everywhere: Hale's disappearance, the dead banker, the offshore accounts, it all seemed to connect back to that symbol. And now this note, with its ominous warning, had surfaced just when they were starting to close in on Hale's enemies. Williams knocked on the door, walking in with his laptop tucked under one arm. His usual easygoing demeanor was absent, replaced by the same intensity that had been building for weeks. "I've been looking into Coulter," Williams said, sitting down across from Jaunty. "The guy's slippery. His name pops up in a lot of shady dealings, but nothing ever sticks. But there's one thing I found that might be useful." Jaunty leaned forward, eager for any new information. "What is it?" "Coulter's got a pattern," Williams said, pulling up files on his laptop. "Whenever one of his business ventures goes south, people around him start disappearing. But here's the catch, he always makes sure there's someone else to take the fall. He's smart, Jaunty. He covers his tracks, uses people as pawns in his games." Jaunty's eyes flickered to the note in his hand. "You think Hale was one of those pawns?" "It's possible," Williams replied. "Hale was into some serious stuff, offshore accounts, illegal dealings with foreign governments. Maybe he got in over his head. Maybe he thought he could outplay Coulter, but it didn't go the way he planned." Jaunty nodded, his mind racing. "Coulter's the key. If we can tie him to Hale's disappearance, we can start unraveling this whole thing. But we need more than just suspicion." Williams smirked. "That's where it gets interesting. Remember that warehouse you went to? The one that was a dead end?" "Yeah," Jaunty said, his jaw tightening at the memory. "It wasn't a complete dead end," Williams said, his fingers flying over the keyboard. "I found a connection. The property is tied to one of Coulter's shell companies. And guess who's listed as the manager of that company?" Jaunty's eyes widened. "Hale." "Exactly," Williams said, leaning back in his chair. "It's a long shot, but if we can prove that Hale was working for Coulter, or worse, that Coulter had him killed, we've got enough to take Coulter down." Jaunty's mind was buzzing with possibilities. The pieces were finally starting to come together, but there was still so much they didn't know. Who was the mole in the department? How deep did Coulter's influence run? And most importantly, where was Victor Hale? Just as Jaunty was about to share his thoughts with Williams, his phone buzzed. It was Evelyn Carter again. He answered, the tension in her voice immediately noticeable. "Jaunty, I don't have much time," she said, her words rushed. "I just got another message. They know I talked to you." "Who?" Jaunty asked, his heart pounding. "Who's after you?" "I don't know," she whispered. "But you were right, there's a mole in your department. Someone's been feeding them information. Be careful, Jaunty. You don't know who you can trust." Before he could respond, the line went dead. Jaunty stood there, the phone still in his hand, his mind racing with the implications. The walls were closing in, and time was running out. But now, he had a new name to investigate, Damien Coulter. And if Evelyn was right, the danger was closer than ever. The hum of traffic and the chatter of passers-by filled the air as Detective Jaunty Cross walked out of the police precinct late in the evening. The city was alive with its usual energy, but something about the night felt off, like a shadow was hanging over everything, ready to strike. Jaunty tried to shake off the unease that had been creeping up on him all day. His meeting with Evelyn Carter had rattled him. The revelation of Victor Hale's blackmail and the looming presence of Damian Coulter made the stakes feel higher than ever. And now, the warning from Evelyn about the mole in the department weighed heavily on his mind. Whoever it was, they were playing a dangerous game, and Jaunty knew he had to tread carefully. The streetlights flickered as he approached his car, parked a few blocks from the station. The rain from earlier had subsided, leaving the pavement slick and shining under the dim glow of the lamps. Jaunty fished his keys out of his pocket and walked briskly, glancing over his shoulder once out of instinct. He couldn't afford to be paranoid, but after everything that had happened, caution was his only defense. As he reached his vehicle, a battered old sedan that had seen better days, he noticed something strange. The car seemed perfectly normal at first glance, but Jaunty had spent enough years as a detective to trust his instincts. There was something off. A subtle feeling crawled up his spine, like a whisper he couldn't quite hear. He stopped in his tracks, a few feet away from the car, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the street. The area was quiet, too quiet for this time of night. A sense of dread settled in the pit of his stomach. He glanced around, no one seemed to be watching, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being observed. Jaunty's hand hovered over the door handle, but he hesitated. Something was wrong. He stepped back and knelt by the front tire, pretending to inspect it, but his eyes were drawn to the underside of the car. That's when he saw it, a small, blinking red light tucked just beneath the chassis. His breath caught in his throat. His mind raced. Whoever had planted it wasn't playing games. They wanted him dead, and soon. The second stretched as he tried to calm his pounding heart and assess his options. Stay calm, he muttered to himself, standing up and taking slow, measured steps away from the vehicle. His hand moved instinctively to his phone, but he knew that calling in backup would take time he didn't have. The bomb could go off any second. Suddenly, a flash of light from the other side of the street caught his attention, a figure in the shadows, barely visible, ducked into an alleyway. Whoever it was, they were watching. The realization hit Jaunty like a punch to the gut. Without wasting another second, Jaunty turned and bolted. He sprinted toward the nearest building, diving behind a parked van just as a deafening explosion ripped through the air. The force of the blast sent shockwaves down the street, shattering windows and setting off car alarms. The ground trembled beneath him as Jaunty pressed himself against the pavement, his heart hammering in his chest. The fireball that had once been his car roared into the night sky, flames licking at the nearby vehicles as smoke billowed into the air. People screamed in panic, rushing from nearby shops and buildings to see what had happened. For a few moments, all Jaunty could hear was the ringing in his ears. The world seemed to move in slow motion as he slowly lifted his head, his vision swimming. His hands were trembling, adrenaline coursing through his veins, but he was alive. That had been close. Too close. As Jaunty stood up, his legs shaky beneath him, the reality of what had just happened started to sink in. Someone had just tried to kill him, and not in some random, spur-of-the-moment attack. This was planned. Calculated. Jesus Christ, he muttered under his breath, staring at the wreckage of what had been his car. Flames flickered in the twisted remains of the vehicle, black smoke rising into the night sky like a signal. By now, people had started to gather, murmurs of shock and confusion filling the air. A few sirens echoed in the distance, growing louder as emergency vehicles approached. Jaunty stumbled away from the crowd, keeping his head low. He needed to think, needed to put distance between himself and the chaos. There was no telling who might still be watching. As he made his way down the street, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was Williams. "Jaunty, are you all right?" Williams's voice was frantic. I just heard. I'm fine, Jonty cut him off, still catching his breath. Someone just tried to blow me up. What? William sounded shocked. Are you sure? Pretty damn sure, Jonty said, glancing back at the plume of smoke rising from where his car had been. I saw the bomb under my car. Whoever did this, they were watching me. They knew exactly where I was going to be. Jesus. You need to get out of there. It's not safe. Jonty nodded, even though Williams couldn't see him. I'm already moving. But this changes everything. Someone powerful wants me off this case, and they're willing to kill me to make sure I don't get any closer to the truth. Williams was silent for a moment, clearly processing the gravity of the situation. What do you want to do? Jonty hesitated, his mind racing. He couldn't go back to the station, not until he figured out who the mole was. And now, with an attempt on his life, it was clear that whoever was behind this had deep pockets and powerful connections. I need to lay low for a while, Jonty said finally. But I'm not backing down. I'm close, Williams. Whoever's behind this is getting desperate. If they think a bomb is going to scare me off, they're wrong. Williams's voice was grim. Just be careful, alright? I'm going to dig into this. See if I can find out who might have the resources to pull something like this off. Good, Jonty replied. And don't trust anyone, Williams. Not until we figure out who the mole is. I hear you, Williams said. Stay safe, Jonty. Jonty hung up and slipped his phone back into his pocket. The adrenaline was still pumping through his veins, but his thoughts were already shifting. Someone had just tried to kill him, which meant he was getting close to something big. As he walked away from the scene of the explosion, he vowed to figure out who was behind it, no matter the cost. Hours later, Jonty sat in a dimly lit safe house on the outskirts of the city, the events of the night still playing in his mind like a looped video. The small apartment was quiet, save for the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional sound of traffic in the distance. He had contacted a trusted source within the department who had arranged this place for him, off the books, no paperwork, no digital trail. It was the only way he could stay hidden, at least for now. He poured himself a stiff drink, the amber liquid catching the low light from the table lamp. His hands were still trembling slightly, but the alcohol would help calm his nerves. He took a long sip, feeling the burn in his throat, and then leaned back in the worn-out armchair. The attempt on his life had rattled him, but it had also confirmed what he had already suspected: someone powerful, with deep connections, was behind all of this. And they weren't just after Hale, they were coming after anyone who got too close. The warning from Evelyn Carter echoed in his mind, asterisk, you don't know who you can trust. Asterisk, she had been right. Someone within his own department had tipped off whoever was behind the car bomb. They had known his schedule, his movements. That meant the mole wasn't just some low-level cop, it was someone with access, someone with real influence. His phone buzzed again, and this time it was a text from Williams. Got something? Call me. Jonty wasted no time. He dialed the number and waited as the phone rang once before Williams picked up. Jonty, you're not going to believe this, Williams said, his voice urgent. Try me, Jonty replied, taking another sip of his drink. I traced the explosives used in the bomb, Williams explained. It's military grade, the kind that's not easy to get your hands on unless you have connections. I also ran it through the databases, and there's only one organization in this city with a history of using that kind of tech, Black Horizon. Jonty's grip on the glass tightened. Black Horizon. The crime syndicate that had been lurking in the shadows of this case since the beginning. First, the offshore accounts linking Hale and the corrupt banker to the syndicate, and now this? So, Coulter's behind the hit?" Jonty asked, his voice steady despite the storm brewing in his mind. "It's looking that way," Williams confirmed. "But here's the kicker. I found some records that show a transaction between Black Horizon and someone inside the police department. They paid a lot of money to keep certain information out of official reports. I'm still digging, but I think the mole might be higher up than we thought." Jonty's jaw clenched. The pieces were finally falling into place, but the picture they were forming was far darker than he had anticipated. "Keep digging," Jonty said. "And watch your back, Williams. If they're willing to kill me, they won't hesitate to come after you too." "Same goes for you," Williams replied. "Stay safe, Jonty. We're in deep now." As Jonty hung up the phone, his mind raced. The attempt on his life had only strengthened his resolve. Whoever was pulling the strings, whether it was Coulter or someone else, they had made a critical mistake. They had underestimated him. And now, Jonty was more determined than ever to bring them down, no matter the cost. The dull throb of exhaustion settled in the back of Detective Jonty Cross's skull as he leaned back in his chair, staring at the pile of case files that cluttered his desk. He had spent the better part of the night going over notes, trying to piece together the tangled web of lies and half-truths that surrounded Victor Hale's disappearance and the sinister reach of Black Horizon. Every lead, every connection, had only pulled him deeper into a world where corruption thrived in the shadows. The car bomb meant for him had only confirmed how dangerous his pursuit had become. His phone buzzed on the desk, breaking through his thoughts. Jonty glanced at the screen. It was Williams. "Jonty, you need to get down to the warehouse district now," Williams said, his voice tight with urgency. "Why? What's going on?" Jonty straightened in his chair, the tone in his friend's voice immediately setting off alarm bells in his mind. "There's been another murder." "It's bad, real bad," Williams said. "And they're trying to pin this one on you." Jonty's pulse quickened. "What the hell are you talking about? Just get down here. I'm at the scene already. You'll understand when you see it." Without hesitation, Jonty grabbed his jacket and keys, his mind racing as he rushed out of the station. Another murder? And they were implicating him. Whoever was pulling the strings in this case was tightening the noose around him, and fast. The warehouse district was eerily quiet by the time Jonty arrived. The area, filled with abandoned buildings and decaying structures, was far removed from the hustle of the city. A light drizzle coated the streets, casting everything in a slick, gray sheen. Police cruisers with flashing lights surrounded the scene, and the usual crowd of gawkers had already gathered behind the yellow tape, murmuring with a mix of fear and curiosity. Jonty pushed through the crowd and flashed his badge at the uniformed officer standing guard. "Detective Cross," he said, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at him. "I'm here to speak with Detective Williams." The officer hesitated for a moment, then gestured him through. "He's inside." Jonty stepped under the yellow tape and headed toward the warehouse's main entrance, his breath coming out in clouds in the cool night air. The door creaked open, and the metallic scent of blood hit him almost immediately, sharp and unmistakable. Inside, the scene was grisly. The body lay in the center of the warehouse floor, slumped over in a pool of blood. From the angle of the limbs, it was clear the victim had been violently attacked before death. Jonty's eyes scanned the scene, cataloging the details in seconds. A broken chair, overturned crates, the flickering remnants of a fire in a nearby oil drum. There were signs of a struggle, but something about the scene felt too deliberate. Williams appeared from behind a stack of crates, his expression grim. He pulled off his gloves and stuffed them into his pocket. "You made it," Williams said, nodding toward the body. "Take a look." John T. approached the body slowly, the tension in the air thickening with each step. The victim was a man in his mid-40s, dressed in a suit that looked out of place in the grimy warehouse. John T.'s eyes fell on the most obvious mark, an hourglass symbol carved into the man's exposed skin, just like the previous victims. It was unmistakably linked to the black horizon. But then he saw something else, something far worse. Lying next to the body, barely visible under the man's hand, was a gun. And not just any gun. It was his gun. What the hell? John T. muttered, his stomach twisting. Williams stepped closer, lowering his voice. That's why I called you. They're framing you for this, John T. That gun was found right next to the body, with your prints all over it. John T.'s head spun. He hadn't even realized his service weapon had gone missing. Someone had been in his apartment, had taken it without him noticing. I don't know how. I know, Williams interrupted, his voice low and urgent. But they're moving fast. They've already called internal affairs. Word's out. This isn't just an attempt to discredit you, John T. They want you off the case completely. John T. swallowed hard, his mind racing. This was a full-on takedown. Someone inside the police department, likely the mole he'd been hunting, had orchestrated this entire scene. The hourglass symbol, the placement of his gun, the timing of the body being found. It all pointed to one thing: they wanted John T. to take the fall for this murder. And they were prepared to ruin him to do it. He stared down at the body, his thoughts reeling. Who's the victim? Williams glanced at the report in his hand. Gregory Mullins. A high-ranking official at First National Bank. He paused, looking at John T. knowingly. And, as it turns out, one of Hale's financial contacts. Of course. Black Horizon's web spread further than he'd realized. Mullins was involved, but now he was dead, and his death had been set up to make John T. the prime suspect. John T. ran a hand through his hair. This is bad, Williams. Real bad. Williams nodded. You're telling me. IA's going to hit you with suspension papers any minute now. They'll have no choice with the way this is set up. John T.'s heart sank. He wasn't just fighting criminals anymore, he was fighting the entire system. The ride back to the precinct felt like the longest of John T.'s life. The weight of the coming storm pressed down on him as he pulled into the underground parking lot. He knew what was waiting for him inside, but that didn't make it any easier. When he entered the station, the atmosphere shifted. Colleagues who had once greeted him with nods and smiles now avoided eye contact. The usual noise of the busy precinct seemed muted, as if everyone was waiting for something, watching. John T. didn't have to wait long. A group of officers, led by Captain Reynolds, approached him before he even reached his desk. Detective Cross, Reynolds said, his voice heavy with disappointment. We need to talk. John T.'s jaw tightened, but he nodded. I know. Reynolds motioned for him to follow, and they headed to the captain's office. As soon as the door closed behind them, John T. was hit with the sight of two internal affairs officers waiting inside. One of them, a man with graying hair and a clipboard, didn't waste time. Detective John T. Cross, you are hereby placed on immediate suspension pending an investigation into your involvement in the murder of Gregory Mullins, the IA officer said. He handed John T. a folder of official documents, his tone clinical, devoid of sympathy. You will surrender your badge and firearm immediately. John T. didn't flinch. He had seen this coming. Silently, he reached for the badge clipped to his belt and placed it on the desk. His backup firearm followed, heavy in his hand as he laid it down. This is bullshit, Williams, who had been standing in the corner, spoke up. John T.'s being framed, and you all know it. The IA officer barely acknowledged him, his eyes locked on Jaunty. If you have any evidence to suggest otherwise, it will be considered during the investigation. But until then, Detective Cross is to have no involvement in this case or any other. Is that understood? Jaunty's gaze remained steady, his anger controlled but simmering beneath the surface. I understand. Reynolds gave him a look, a mix of pity and something else, maybe regret. We'll get to the bottom of this, Jaunty, he said softly. Just, stay out of trouble in the meantime. Later that night, Jaunty sat in the dimly lit basement of an old, run-down building that served as a hideout. It was one of those places you could disappear into, away from prying eyes, and not be found unless you wanted to be. Across the table from him sat Williams, his face illuminated by the soft glow of his laptop screen. You knew this was coming, Williams said, tapping away on his keyboard. They couldn't take the chance of you getting any closer to the truth. So, they pulled the oldest trick in the book, make you the bad guy. Yeah, well, it worked, Jaunty muttered, rubbing his temples. I'm officially out. But that doesn't mean I'm done. Williams smirked. Didn't think you would be. I've already set up a few backdoor channels so we can keep digging. We're working off the grid now, Jaunty. No official backup, no resources. It's just you and me. Jaunty leaned forward, his eyes hard. That's all we need. Williams pulled up a map of the city on his screen, highlighting several locations. I've been tracking Black Horizon's activity for the past few months. Their influence runs deeper than we thought. I found offshore accounts, shell companies, and a lot of dirty money being funneled through legitimate businesses. We're talking major players here, politicians, bankers, even law enforcement. Jaunty's mind raced. And what about the mole in the department? Williams frowned. That's harder to pin down, but I've narrowed it down to a few high-ranking officers. Someone's been leaking information, tipping them off whenever we get too close. Jaunty clenched his fists. We need to find that mole. If we don't, they'll stay one step ahead of us the whole way. Williams nodded. Already working on it. As the night wore on, the two of them laid out their plan. Jaunty would go deeper underground, tracking leads and gathering evidence on Black Horizon. Williams, the tech wizard, would continue to dig through digital records, keeping Jaunty informed and one step ahead of both the criminals and the police. It was a dangerous game they were playing, but Jaunty had nothing left to lose. Whoever had framed him, whoever had orchestrated this mess, was going to pay. And this time, he wouldn't stop until they were behind bars, or dead. It was a crisp autumn morning, the kind of day that made you want to bundle up and stay inside. But for Detective Jaunty Cross and his tech-savvy partner, Williams, there was no time for comfort. The hunt for the truth was in full swing. Suspended from the force and now fugitives in their own right, they were chasing the next clue in the intricate web of corruption that had already claimed several lives and threatened Jaunty's very existence. Jaunty sat at a rickety wooden table in the corner of an old cafe. His hood was pulled low over his face, shielding him from any potential eyes that might recognize him. Despite the worn-down surroundings, the place was buzzing with chatter and clinking dishes, a perfect place to disappear in plain sight. He stared at a notepad filled with scribbles, connecting dots between people, places, and events, his mind working faster than ever. Across from him sat Williams, his laptop open, fingers tapping rapidly at the keys as he hacked into yet another database. Got something, Williams said, breaking the silence. Jaunty looked up, immediately alert. What is it? Williams turned the screen toward Jaunty. You remember that offshore account I uncovered last week? The one linked to Black Horizon? I followed the money trail. It leads to a series of shell companies, fronts for something much bigger. What are we talking about here? John T. asked, leaning closer, eyes narrowing in on the screen. Human trafficking, Williams replied grimly. These companies are just covers for moving people, illegally. I found shipping manifests, altered flight logs, and transactions from various global accounts. And it all points to one place, an abandoned warehouse in the outskirts of the city. John T.'s stomach churned. Black Horizon was even more twisted than he had anticipated. A trafficking ring? You're sure? Williams nodded. Everything lines up. This isn't just about money laundering or drug smuggling. They're moving people across borders, illegally. And I think we're about to find out just how deep this operation goes. John T. leaned back in his chair, a pit forming in his stomach. He had already been hunting one of the most dangerous syndicates in the world, but this was a whole new level of darkness. Where's the warehouse? John T. asked, his voice calm but his mind racing. Williams clicked a few more keys and pulled up a map of the city. Here. In the industrial district, a place nobody pays much attention to. It's been abandoned for years, at least officially. But I'm willing to bet Black Horizon's been using it as a base for their operations. John T. grabbed his jacket and stood up. Let's go. The drive to the industrial district felt longer than it actually was. John T. gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white as they sped down empty streets. The late afternoon sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the crumbling factories and vacant lots that dotted the area. William sat beside him, silent, his focus entirely on his phone as he scanned security feeds and traffic cameras, ensuring they weren't being followed. This place is off the grid, Williams finally said. No active cameras in the area. If they're storing anything important here, it's likely well hidden. John T. nodded. Good. That means we'll have the element of surprise. As they approached the warehouse, John T. slowed the car, pulling into an alleyway a few blocks away. They couldn't afford to be seen. The building itself loomed in the distance, a dilapidated structure that looked like it had been forgotten by time. The windows were boarded up, the roof sagging in places, and the graffiti-covered walls only added to its desolate appearance. John T. parked the car, and they exited quietly, moving through the shadows toward the warehouse. Think of anyone's home? Williams whispered as they reached the perimeter. John T. glanced at the building, his instincts kicking in. If they're smart, they won't leave any obvious signs. But I've got a feeling someone's watching this place. They crept closer, staying low behind stacks of rusted metal and old crates. John T. scanned the area, his trained eyes looking for any hint of movement. Nothing, at least not on the outside. The front entrance is probably a trap, Williams said, pointing to the large metal door in the middle of the building. Let's find another way in. John T. nodded, leading the way around the back of the building. They passed a broken fence and eventually found a smaller side door, half hidden by debris. This should do it, John T. whispered, testing the handle. It was locked, but Williams was already pulling out his makeshift lock-picking kit. Give me a minute, Williams muttered as he worked the lock, his fingers nimble. After a few tense seconds, there was a soft click, and the door creaked open. Inside, the warehouse was just as run down as it looked from the outside. The air was thick with dust, and the floor was littered with old equipment and debris. The only sound was the faint echo of their footsteps as they moved deeper into the building. John T.'s senses were on high alert. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind through the cracks in the walls, put him on edge. But there was something else, something lurking just beneath the surface. He could feel it. This place is huge, Williams whispered, shining a flashlight along the walls. What are we looking for? Anything that ties them to Black Horizon, John T. replied, scanning the area. Records, computers, documents, anything. They moved deeper into the warehouse, weaving between stacks of forgotten crates and shelves filled with rusted tools. It wasn't until they reached the far end of the building that they found something. A door, hidden behind a large, industrial-sized cabinet. "Help me move this," Jonty whispered, nodding toward the cabinet. Together, they pushed the heavy piece of furniture aside, revealing the door. It was metal, reinforced, and completely out of place in the otherwise dilapidated building. "This is it," Williams said, his voice tense with excitement. Jonty tried the handle. Locked, of course. But Williams was already on it again, working the lock with precision. This one took longer. Whoever had installed this door didn't want anyone getting inside. But after several minutes, there was another soft click. The door swung open to reveal a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. Jonty's heart raced. "Let's go." They descended the stairs carefully, the air growing colder and damper the further they went. At the bottom of the stairs, they found themselves in a large, concrete room, much cleaner and more modern than the warehouse above. The walls were lined with metal shelves, each filled with folders, tapes, and hard drives. Williams whistled softly, his eyes wide. This is a gold mine." Jonty moved to one of the shelves, pulling out a random folder. Inside were pages of financial records, detailing transactions between several high-profile individuals and offshore accounts. He recognized some of the names immediately: politicians, corporate CEOs, even a few media moguls. All of them connected to Black Horizon. "This isn't just about trafficking," Jonty said, flipping through the papers. "These people, these are the ones funding it." Williams moved to a nearby table, where several old-fashioned cassette tapes were stacked. "Recordings," he said, picking one up and examining it. "Looks like they've been recording conversations, probably for blackmail." Jonty grabbed a nearby tape recorder and inserted one of the tapes. He hit play, and the room was filled with the sound of a muffled conversation. "This is how we handle things. No one's going to touch us, not with the amount of money we've funneled into the right pockets." The voice was deep, authoritative. It was followed by another voice, one that Jonty recognized immediately. "Victor Hale," Jonty said, his jaw tightening. The conversation on the tape continued, revealing details about the trafficking operation and the payments being made to various officials to keep it under wraps. Hale had been deeply involved, and from the sound of it, he wasn't the only one. "This is it," Williams said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is what we've been looking for. Proof." Jonty nodded, but his mind was racing. They had found the evidence they needed, but now they had to figure out how to use it. Whoever was behind this operation wasn't going to let them walk away with this information easily. "We need to get this out of here," Jonty said, grabbing as many of the tapes and documents as he could carry. "Take everything we can." Williams stuffed his bag with hard drives and papers, his hands shaking with adrenaline. "Let's move." Scene 4, A Narrow Escape. As they made their way back up the stairs, Jonty couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't alone. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, and his senses were on high alert. They reached the top of the stairs, and just as they were about to exit the hidden room, Jonty heard it, a faint sound outside the door. Footsteps. "Shit," Jonty whispered, holding up a hand to stop Williams. They both froze, listening. The footsteps were getting closer, heavy and deliberate. Someone was coming, and from the sound of it, they weren't alone. "We're trapped," Williams hissed, panic creeping into his voice. Jonty's mind raced. They couldn't afford to get caught, not with the evidence they had just uncovered. Whoever was outside that door wouldn't hesitate to kill them to protect their secrets. "We need to get out of here, now," Jonty whispered urgently. Without a moment to lose, they backtracked through the warehouse, moving as quietly as possible. They reached the side door they had entered through and slipped outside, just as a group of armed men entered the building from the front. "Go, go, go!" Jonty whispered harshly, and they sprinted toward the alleyway where they had parked the car. Jonty's heart pounded in his chest as they dove into the car. He turned the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life. Tires screeched as they sped away, disappearing into the night. As the warehouse vanished in the rearview mirror, Jonty let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "That was close," William said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Too close," Jonty agreed. But as the city lights blurred past them, he couldn't help but feel a sense of grim satisfaction. They had what they needed. The evidence to take down Black Horizon. But they weren't out of danger yet. Whoever was behind this operation would come after them with everything they had. And Jonty knew the next move in this deadly game would be the most dangerous one yet. Back at their safe house, Jonty and William sat in front of a table piled high with evidence. Tapes, documents, and hard drives littered the surface, each one a potential weapon in their fight against Black Horizon. "We've got enough to blow this whole thing wide open," William said, staring at the mountain of incriminating material. Jonty nodded. "But we need to be smart about it. If we go to the wrong person, the mole in the department will bury this before it ever sees the light of day." Williams looked at him, his face serious. "So what's the plan?" Jonty leaned back, his eyes hard. "We take this to someone we can trust. And then, we bring the whole thing crashing down." The early morning sun filtered through the cracked blinds of the dingy motel room Jonty Cross had been using as a safe house. Papers, photos, and scribbled notes were scattered across the small wooden table, the remnants of sleepless nights spent piecing together the intricate web that tied the Black Horizon Syndicate to the crimes he was investigating. The stale smell of coffee lingered in the air, a constant reminder of the fatigue gnawing at the edges of his focus. Across the room, William sat with his laptop open, typing away furiously. The glow of the screen reflected off his glasses, his face a mixture of concentration and determination. "Got something," William said suddenly, his voice cutting through the silence. Jonty looked up from the document he'd been reviewing, a furrow forming between his brows. "What is it?" Williams turned the laptop around, revealing a grainy but unmistakable image of Victor Hale, only it wasn't the Victor Hale Jonty knew. This was a man with a different name, a different life. Yet, there was no mistaking those cold, calculating eyes. "Victor Hale, or should I say, Alan Cross," Williams said, emphasizing the name with a grim smirk. Jonty's eyes narrowed as he studied the image on the screen. "Cross? Yeah. Turns out, Victor Hale faked his own death almost 10 years ago. After skimming millions off the top of several high-stakes deals, he vanished, leaving the Black Horizon Syndicate with a very large hole in their accounts. He re-emerged under a new identity, Alan Cross. New name, new life, but the same old greed." Jonty stood up, pacing the room. This revelation shifted everything. The man he'd been chasing, the businessman who had supposedly gone missing, wasn't just a victim. He was a thief, a master manipulator who had outwitted the most dangerous criminal organization in the world, at least for a time. "So Hale's been hiding in plain sight all these years," Jonty mused, the pieces beginning to fall into place. "He didn't just vanish. He stole millions from Black Horizon, faked his death, and rebuilt his life under a new identity." Williams nodded. "It makes sense now, doesn't it? His sudden disappearance, the cryptic messages, the planted evidence. It's all tied to this betrayal. He double-crossed them, and now they want payback." Jonty's jaw tightened. "That means this whole thing, his disappearance, the bodies piling up, it's all connected to his past. Black Horizon is tying up loose ends. Exactly, Williams agreed. And Hale, Cross, whatever he's calling himself now, he's in deeper than ever. He may have thought he escaped, but Black Horizon's been after him all this time. The syndicate doesn't forgive or forget, especially not when it comes to millions of dollars. Jonty clenched his fists, anger simmering beneath the surface. Victor Hale wasn't the helpless victim he'd appeared to be. He was a con artist, someone who had played both sides, and now, his treachery had come back to haunt him. "I need to know where he is now," Jonty said, his voice low but firm. "If Hale faked his death once, he's probably done it again." Williams cracked his knuckles, leaning over his laptop. "I'm already on it. I've got a few leads on where he might have gone to ground, but tracking a ghost like Hale won't be easy. He's had years of practice." Jonty nodded, his mind already racing ahead. He wasn't just dealing with Black Horizon anymore, now he had to contend with a man who had spent years outsmarting everyone around him. But if there was one thing Jonty knew, it was that no one could stay hidden forever. Hours passed as Jonty and Williams scoured through the information they had, connecting dots that once seemed unrelated. By midday, Jonty was growing restless. They were close, but he needed something more concrete. Just as he was about to suggest a break, Jonty's burner phone buzzed on the table. The sound was sharp in the silence of the room. He picked it up, eyeing the unknown number. He hesitated for a moment, then answered. "Cross," he said, using the alias he'd adopted since going underground. "Detective," a distorted voice replied on the other end, barely above a whisper. "You're looking for Hale. I can help." Jonty's pulse quickened. He motioned for Williams to start tracing the call. "Who is this?" "That's not important," the voice rasped. "What matters is I know where Hale's hiding. But if you want the information, you'll need to do something for me." Jonty's eyes narrowed, suspicion flooding his mind. "What's the catch?" "There's a safe deposit box," the voice continued. "It contains documents, evidence that could implicate several high-ranking members of the syndicate. I need those documents before anyone else finds them." Jonty frowned. "Why don't you get them yourself?" A pause. "Let's just say, I'm not in a position to retrieve them. But I know you're resourceful. If you bring me what I need, I'll tell you where Hale's hiding." Jonty weighed the options in his mind. It was risky, but it was also the best lead they'd had in days. He glanced over at Williams, who gave a small nod, confirming the trace was active. "Where's the box?" Jonty asked, keeping his tone casual. The voice provided an address, an upscale bank in the heart of the city. Then, without another word, the line went dead. Williams looked up from his laptop. "I got a partial trace, but the caller was bouncing the signal. I couldn't pinpoint it." "Of course not," Jonty muttered. "Whoever that was, they don't want to be found." "What do you think?" Williams asked. "Could be a trap." "Could be," Jonty agreed. "But we don't have any other leads on Hale's location." "We'll check it out." The bank was located in the business district, its sleek, modern exterior a far cry from the shady dealings going on behind closed doors. Jonty and Williams parked a few blocks away, surveying the area before making their move. "We're going to need to be quick," Jonty said, glancing at the clock. "The last thing we want is to draw attention." Williams nodded, already formulating a plan. "I've got a backdoor into their security system. I can disable the cameras for a few minutes, but that's all we'll get. We'll have to move fast." Jonty adjusted his jacket, checking the small concealed earpiece in his ear. "Let's do it." The two of them approached the bank casually, blending in with the midday crowd. Inside, the atmosphere was hushed, the quiet efficiency of wealth and power on display in every polished surface and sleek design. Jonty made his way to the reception desk, flashing a confident smile at the woman behind the counter. "I'm here to access my safe deposit box," he said smoothly, slipping a fake ID across the counter. The woman glanced at the ID, then at Jonty, her eyes narrowing slightly before she handed him a clipboard. "Sign here." Jonty scrawled a fake signature, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the tension in the air, the ever-present risk of being discovered. But he kept his cool, following the woman as she led him toward the vault. Behind him, Williams was at work, subtly hacking into the bank's security system from his phone. "You've got 2 minutes," he whispered through the earpiece. "Make it count." Jonty entered the vault, the woman escorting him to the correct box. She left him alone, and Jonty quickly went to work, retrieving the small metal box from its slot. He placed it on the table, his hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Inside the box were several neatly folded documents. Jonty flipped through them quickly, his eyes scanning the contents. Bank statements, offshore accounts, and personal notes, everything he needed to understand just how deep Hale's betrayal had gone. "These are it," Jonty whispered, stuffing the documents into his jacket. Suddenly, William's voice crackled in his ear. "We've got a problem. Security just went on high alert. I think someone's on to us." Jonty cursed under his breath, quickly replacing the box and heading for the exit. He walked briskly, but not too fast, keeping his movements casual as he made his way back to the lobby. As he reached the front doors, he noticed 2 security guards talking into their radios, their eyes scanning the room. Jonty kept his head down, pushing through the doors and out onto the street just as Williams pulled up in the car. "Get in!" Williams shouted, and Jonty didn't hesitate, diving into the passenger seat as the car peeled away from the curb. They sped through the city, weaving through traffic as Jonty pulled out the documents, laying them across his lap. "This is it. This is what the caller wanted." Williams glanced at the papers, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. But will they hold up their end of the deal? Jonty stared out the window, his mind racing. "We'll find out soon enough." Back at the safe house, Jonty and Williams pored over the documents in silence. The contents were damning, proof of Hale's double cross, his ties to Black Horizon, and the millions he had siphoned off into hidden accounts around the world. But there was something else, something darker buried within the pages. Jonty's eyes narrowed as he uncovered a name, a high-ranking official within Black Horizon who had been feeding Hale information, helping him stay one step ahead. This is why they want him dead," Jonty muttered, piecing it together. He wasn't just running from them. He had leverage. He knew too much. Williams looked up from the papers, his expression grim. "But now we know too much. They won't stop coming for us." Jonty clenched his fists, the weight of the truth settling heavily on his shoulders. "Let them come. We're going to bring them all down. Starting with Hale." The room fell into a tense silence as the gravity of the situation sank in. They had the evidence, but now they were marked men, pawns in a deadly game with no clear way out. But Jonty wasn't one to back down, not when he was this close to the truth. It was late, well past midnight, and the safe house was filled with a tense, oppressive quiet. Jonty Cross sat hunched over a pile of documents, his fingers tracing the lines of names and numbers as his mind raced through the convoluted connections he and Williams had uncovered. The weight of the last few weeks pressed heavily on his shoulders. Hale's betrayal, the Black Horizon syndicate, the bodies piling up, all of it swirled in a violent storm of deception, murder, and desperation. Across the room, Williams was hunched over his laptop, fingers dancing across the keyboard as he ran the latest batch of data through various algorithms, looking for patterns, anomalies, anything that could crack open the next layer of this deadly mystery. The sound of his typing was the only noise in the room. Suddenly, Williams stopped. His fingers froze over the keys as his eyes widened. "Jonty," Williams whispered, the urgency in his voice pulling Jonty from his thoughts. Jonty turned his head sharply, his heart quickening. "What is it?" "I think I found something, or rather, someone." Jonty pushed back from the table, crossing the room in a few long strides to peer over William's shoulder. On the screen was a series of encrypted messages, hidden within mundane police reports and files that had seemed irrelevant until now. But as Williams decoded the messages, a pattern emerged, one that pointed to someone inside the police force. A name flashed on the screen. Jonty's breath caught in his throat. His body went still. "Brooks," he murmured, his voice barely audible. Williams nodded, his face pale. "Sergeant Nathan Brooks." Jonty's stomach twisted. Brooks wasn't just any cop. He was an old friend, a man Jonty had trusted for years, someone who had been at his side during some of the toughest cases. They had shared beers after long shifts, swapped stories about life, and leaned on each other in times of need. To see his name here, tangled in this web of corruption and deceit, it felt like a knife to the gut. William's voice was quiet, almost apologetic. "I triple-checked the data, Jonty. There's no mistake. Brooks has been feeding information to Black Horizon for months. Every time we got close to something, every lead that fell apart, he's the reason." Jonty stood there, staring at the screen as if it might somehow change, as if the letters might rearrange themselves into a different name, a different truth. But they didn't. It was Brooks. His friend. His brother in arms. "How?" Jonty whispered, more to himself than to Williams. "Why would he do this?" Williams leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. "I don't know. Money? Blackmail? Maybe he got in too deep and couldn't find a way out." Jonty clenched his jaw, his hands curling into fists at his sides. Betrayal burned hot in his chest, a mix of rage, sadness, and disbelief. "I can't believe it." Williams, always the more pragmatic of the two, spoke softly. "We have to confront him, Jonty. We need to bring him in." Jonty's eyes flickered with conflict. "Yeah, I know." But the words tasted bitter on his tongue. The next morning, the air was thick with tension as Jonty sat in the driver's seat of an unmarked car, parked down the street from Sergeant Brooks' modest suburban home. His fingers drummed against the steering wheel, his mind racing through 100 different scenarios. He hadn't told Williams to come with him. This was something Jonty needed to handle alone. Brooks was a man Jonty had respected, someone he had trusted with his life. Now, as he sat outside his old friend's home, he felt a weight settle in his chest, a combination of dread and resolve. He couldn't let this slide, couldn't let Brooks get away with the betrayal that had endangered lives and compromised their entire investigation. The front door of the house opened, and there he was, Sergeant Nathan Brooks. He looked the same as always, strong, solid, reliable. The very picture of a seasoned cop who had spent years in the trenches, fighting the same battles Jonty had. But now, all Jonty could see was the betrayal lurking behind those familiar eyes. Jonty stepped out of the car, his movements deliberate and slow. He felt the cold morning air bite at his skin, but it did little to cool the fire raging inside him. As he approached the house, Brooks looked up, his face breaking into a smile, one that quickly faded when he saw the grim look on Jonty's face. "Jonty?" Brooks called, a note of confusion in his voice. "What's going on?" John T. stopped a few feet away, his eyes hard, fists clenched at his sides. "We need to talk." Brooks' brow furrowed, concern creeping into his features. "Sure. What's up?" John T.'s jaw tightened. For a long moment, he said nothing, just stared at the man who had once been his closest friend. Then, in a voice that was low and steady, he asked, "Why, Brooks?" Brooks blinked, genuinely confused. "Why what?" "Don't play dumb," John T. snapped, his voice rising. "I know it was you. You've been feeding information to Black Horizon. Every lead I've chased, every time we've gotten close to something, you've sabotaged it. You sold us out." Brooks' face drained of color. He took a step back, raising his hands defensively. "John T., wait. How long, Nathan?" John T. demanded, stepping forward, anger lacing his words. "How long have you been working for them? Was it money? Were you in debt, or did they threaten you? I want to know why you did it." For a moment, Brooks just stood there, staring at John T., his mouth opening and closing as if trying to form words. Then he let out a long breath, his shoulders sagging under the weight of his own guilt. "It's not what you think," Brooks said quietly, his voice shaky. "I never meant for things to get this far." "Then what did you mean for, Nathan?" John T.'s voice was cold. "Because you've been playing both sides for months. People are dead because of you. You almost got me killed." Brooks swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shame. "I didn't have a choice, John T. They came to me a year ago. At first, it was just small things, insider information, tips on upcoming investigations. They paid well, and I told myself it wasn't that bad. But then, they started asking for more. Threatening my family. I got in too deep, and by the time I realized what I'd done, it was too late." John T. stared at him, his heart pounding in his chest. He wanted to believe Brooks, wanted to believe that his friend had been forced into this. But at the same time, the betrayal still cut deep. It didn't matter why Brooks had done it, what mattered was the damage he had caused. "You should have come to me," John T. said quietly, his voice trembling with both anger and sorrow. "We could have figured something out." "I was trying to protect my family," Brooks said, his voice desperate. "You don't know what Black Horizon is capable of. If I had refused, they would have killed them. My wife, my kids, they would have made them disappear." John T. shook his head, the betrayal twisting deeper. "You should have trusted me, Nathan." Brooks looked away, unable to meet John T.'s gaze. I know I screwed up. But I didn't know what else to do." Silence fell between them, heavy and oppressive. For a moment, John T. didn't know what to say. He had spent the last few days chasing a ghost, uncovering betrayal after betrayal, but none of them had cut as deeply as this one. Brooks was supposed to be his friend, his ally. And now, he was just another person John T. couldn't trust. "You know I have to bring you in," John T. said finally, his voice heavy with regret. Brooks nodded, his eyes glassy with emotion. "I figured you would." John T. pulled out his handcuffs, stepping forward. "Turn around." Brooks hesitated, then slowly turned his back to John T., placing his hands behind him. John T. clicked the cuffs into place, his heart sinking as he did so. This was a man he had once trusted with his life, and now he was arresting him for betrayal. As John T. led Brooks toward the unmarked car, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under their feet and the distant hum of the city waking up around them. Back at the precinct, the mood was tense. John T. walked Brooks through the front doors, the clink of the cuffs seeming to echo through the station. Colleagues looked up from their desks, shock and confusion written across their faces as they saw Sergeant Brooks, one of their own, being escorted like a common criminal. Captain Harris met them near the holding cells, his expression unreadable. Jaunty handed Brooks over to the officers who would take him to an interrogation room. He didn't say a word as Brooks was led away, the weight of the moment pressing down on him like a heavy stone. Once Brooks was out of sight, Harris turned to Jaunty, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. "I can't believe it," Harris muttered. "Brooks?" Jaunty's jaw clenched. "Neither can I." Harris shook his head. "I'll handle the paperwork. You should take a breather." Jaunty didn't argue. He turned and walked out of the station, the air outside cold and biting. He stood on the steps for a long moment, staring out at the city as it buzzed around him. It was a strange feeling, betrayed by a friend, uncertain of who to trust, and yet still standing, still fighting. His phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a text from Williams, "I have something big. Meet me at the safe house." Jaunty stared at the screen for a moment, then slipped the phone back into his pocket. He wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. Jaunty arrived at the safe house to find Williams already deep into his research. The room was littered with files, papers, and computer screens flashing with data. Williams barely looked up when Jaunty walked in. "Find anything?" Jaunty asked, his voice tight from the weight of the day's events. Williams nodded, gesturing to a cluster of papers. "It's all connected, Jaunty. Black Horizon, Brooks, even Evelyn Carter. They've been pulling strings from behind the scenes for years." Jaunty sat down heavily in the chair beside Williams, rubbing his temples. "And Hale?" Williams hesitated. "I don't know yet. But there's something deeper here, something bigger than we realized." Jaunty let out a long breath, his mind reeling from the discoveries, the betrayals, the lies. But even as the weight of everything pressed down on him, one thing was clear. He wasn't going to stop until he brought them all down. One way or another. As the night deepened, Jaunty and Williams buried themselves in the work ahead, their resolve stronger than ever despite the storm of betrayal that threatened to tear everything apart. The battle was far from over, if anything, it had only just begun. The low hum of machinery filled the safe house, the glow of computer screens casting long shadows across the cluttered room. Williams was at his workstation, surrounded by maps, documents, and encrypted data as his fingers moved swiftly across his keyboard. Jaunty paced back and forth, the tension evident in his every movement. They had been at this for hours, trying to decipher the hourglass symbol that had appeared again and again throughout their investigation. "It has to mean something more," Jaunty muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing at the worn photograph of the symbol pinned to the wall. The symbol, an hourglass with an intricate pattern etched within it, had been found at the crime scenes, carved into the skin of the victims, and hidden in Hale's documents. There was a code here, Jaunty was sure of it. They just needed to crack it. Williams leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed in concentration. "I've run it through every decryption software I have, and I still can't make sense of it," he said, frustration edging his voice. "It's not just a symbol. There's a pattern to it." Jaunty stopped pacing and turned to face his friend. "A pattern?" he echoed, stepping closer to the desk. Williams nodded, his fingers pulling up various images on his screen. He compared them side by side, the hourglass symbol found at the banker's murder, the one found at Hale's office, and another that had been etched into the wall of the abandoned warehouse they had discovered a week earlier. "Look here," Williams said, zooming in on the hourglass etched into the banker's skin. "The lines aren't random. They're precise, almost mathematical. But when I overlay the symbol found at Hale's office," he clicked a few keys, and the symbols merged on the screen. "They align." Jaunty leaned over the monitor, studying the overlay. His mind raced as the pieces started to fit together. What if they're coordinates? Williams blinked, his mind catching up. Coordinates? His fingers moved rapidly as he began plugging in the data. He entered the exact positioning of each line, cross-referencing it with old maps of the city. The tension in the room thickened as they waited for the computer to process the data. Seconds later, a location pinged on the screen. Both men stared at it in stunned silence. Underground, Williams whispered, leaning closer to the screen. It's an underground bunker, beneath the old industrial district. Jonty's eyes narrowed as he stared at the blinking dot on the map. The industrial district had been abandoned for years, but rumors had long circulated about its ties to organized crime. If there was a hidden bunker down there, it could very well be the nerve center of the Black Horizon's operations. This is it, Jonty said, his voice low and firm. We've found their base. Williams nodded, his hands already moving to gather his gear. Let's go. Jonty and Williams arrived at the industrial district under the cover of darkness. The area was desolate, littered with crumbling buildings, rusted machinery, and long-forgotten construction equipment. The air was thick with the smell of decay and dust, and the only sound was the distant howl of the wind through the broken windows of abandoned factories. They parked their car a few blocks away and approached the site on foot, moving swiftly and silently through the shadows. Jonty's senses were on high alert, every sound causing his fingers to tighten on the grip of his gun. This was it, the heart of Black Horizon. If they could get inside, if they could gather the evidence they needed, it would bring the whole operation crashing down. Williams glanced at Jonty as they reached a fenced-off area surrounding what looked like an old ventilation shaft. This is where the coordinates lead, he whispered. Jonty nodded, eyeing the rusted gate and the heavy padlock securing it. He glanced around, making sure they weren't being watched, then gestured for Williams to follow. Pulling out a set of lock-picking tools, Jonty knelt beside the gate and set to work. It didn't take long. Within moments, the padlock clicked open, and they pushed through the gate. Beyond the gate, they found a rusted metal hatch embedded in the ground. The hatch was partially concealed by debris, but the coordinates were precise. This was it. Jonty knelt down, wiping away years of grime and dirt to reveal the heavy metal door. He motioned for Williams to help him lift it, and together they heaved the hatch open. A dark, narrow staircase descended into the earth, the air below thick and musty. Are you ready? Jonty asked, glancing at Williams. Williams swallowed hard but nodded, determination flashing in his eyes. Let's do this. With their flashlights cutting through the darkness, they began their descent into the bunker. The stairs seemed to go on forever, winding deeper and deeper into the earth. The walls were damp, and the further they went, the more oppressive the air became. It was as if they were stepping into another world, a world that had been hidden from the surface for years. When they finally reached the bottom, they were met with a massive, reinforced steel door. Jonty examined it closely, noting the high-tech security system that had been installed on it. Black Horizon had spared no expense. This isn't your average bunker, Williams muttered, crouching down to inspect the keypad beside the door. No, Jonty agreed, his eyes scanning the area. This is a fortress. Williams pulled out a small device from his bag and hooked it up to the keypad. His fingers flew across the controls as he attempted to bypass the security system. The seconds ticked by slowly, each one feeling like an eternity as they stood in the eerie silence of the underground. Finally, there was a soft beep, and the steel door unlocked with a quiet hiss. Jonty and Williams exchanged a glance, then pushed the door open. The sight that greeted them on the other side was both shocking and horrifying. The bunker was vast, stretching out into multiple rooms and corridors, all dimly lit by flickering fluorescent lights. The walls were lined with high-tech equipment, computers, surveillance monitors, weapons caches, and stacks of documents that detailed years of illicit activity. It was the operational nerve center of Black Horizon, just as they had suspected. But it was the other part of the bunker that made Jonty's blood run cold. The walls were covered with photos of victims, photos of high-profile individuals who had been blackmailed, tortured, or killed by the syndicate. It was a gallery of corruption and violence, each image more haunting than the last. Jonty's gaze landed on a familiar face. Hale. The photo showed Victor Hale, alive, standing beside several men in suits, men Jonty recognized as members of Black Horizon. Hale had been deeply embedded in their world, more than Jonty had realized. And now, seeing him here, among these images of power and death, it all made sense. Hale wasn't just hiding, Jonty murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. He was a part of this. William stepped up beside him, his face pale as he took in the grim scene. "This is bigger than we thought," he said quietly. Jonty nodded, his mind racing. "We need to get all of this, every file, every recording. If we can bring this to light, we can take them down." Williams nodded, already moving to start downloading data from the computers. But as he plugged in his device, the bunker's lights flickered, and a low hum filled the air. Jonty tensed, his hand instinctively going to his gun. Something's wrong. Before either of them could react, the door behind them slammed shut with a deafening clang, locking them inside. Jonty's heart raced as the reality of their situation sank in. They were trapped. The steel door that had once offered them access to Black Horizon's secrets was now a barrier between them and the outside world. "Williams," Jonty said urgently, his voice tight. "Can you get us out?" Williams was already at the keypad, frantically trying to override the security system. "I don't know," he muttered, his fingers flying across the controls. "This thing's locked down tight. They must have a remote system monitoring the door." The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the bunker, growing louder with each passing second. Someone was coming. Someone knew they were here. Jonty drew his gun, motioning for Williams to take cover behind one of the nearby consoles. He positioned himself near the door, his back pressed against the cold metal wall as he listened to the approaching figures. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. There was a brief pause, and then a voice crackled over the bunker's intercom. Well. Detective Jonty Cross." The voice was smooth, calm, and chillingly familiar. "I didn't think you'd get this far." Jonty's blood ran cold. He knew that voice. It was Hale. "Hale," Jonty growled, his eyes narrowing. "I should have known." The voice chuckled darkly. "You've been a thorn in my side for too long, Jonty. I'm afraid this is where your little investigation ends." Jonty's grip tightened on his gun, his mind racing. He couldn't let it end like this. Not after everything they had uncovered. "We've got everything, Hale," Jonty shot back. "The files, the recordings, all of it. It's over." There was a brief pause, and then Hale's voice came back, cold and unfeeling. "You really think I didn't plan for this?" Suddenly, the bunker's lights flickered again, and a low, rumbling sound filled the air. Jonty's heart pounded in his chest as the ground beneath him trembled. "They're rigging the place to blow," Williams whispered, his face pale with realization. Jonty's mind raced. They had to get out, now. Jonty's eyes darted around the room, searching for another way out. The steel door was reinforced, and the walls were thick with concrete and metal. But there had to be something, some way to escape before they were buried alive. "There," Williams said suddenly, pointing to a ventilation shaft near the ceiling. It was small, barely large enough for them to squeeze through, but it was their only option. "Go," John T. ordered, boosting Williams up to the shaft. Williams pried open the grate, then climbed inside, his movements quick and precise. John T. followed, pulling himself up into the narrow tunnel just as the bunker began to shake violently. The explosion, when it came, was deafening. The force of it shook the walls, sending dust and debris raining down around them as they crawled through the ventilation shaft. The air was thick with smoke, and the heat from the blast seared their skin as they scrambled to escape. But finally, after what felt like an eternity, they emerged into the night air, gasping for breath as they collapsed on the ground outside the bunker. John T. looked back at the smoldering ruins of the underground base, his heart pounding in his chest. They had barely made it out alive, but they had the evidence they needed. The discovery of the underground bunker had been a turning point in their investigation. With the files and recordings they had recovered, John T. and Williams were closer than ever to taking down the syndicate. But with Hale still out there, and Black Horizon's reach extending far beyond what they had imagined, the fight was far from over. John T. clenched his fists, his resolve stronger than ever. He wasn't just going to survive this. He was going to win. It was late evening when John T. returned to his apartment, exhaustion weighing down on him. The safe house had grown too dangerous, and he needed to think, to regroup. After the explosion at the underground bunker, he had been operating under constant pressure, knowing that his every move was being watched by Black Horizon. Now, with the damning evidence they had retrieved from the wreckage, the stakes were higher than ever. As John T. stepped into his living room, the lights from the city flickered through the windows, casting long shadows on the walls. The weight of the past few weeks bore heavily on him, but his resolve was unwavering. He had spent years chasing down criminals, but this time, it was personal. He needed to bring the syndicate down before they destroyed everything in their path. His phone buzzed on the table. John T.'s eyes narrowed as he picked it up. The number was unknown, and for a second, he hesitated before answering it. His instincts kicked in, and he let the call go to voicemail. A moment later, a notification popped up, signaling a new voicemail. With a tight feeling in his gut, John T. pressed play. A robotic voice filled the room, crackling and distorted. "Walk away, Detective Cross. This is your final warning. Keep pushing, and everyone you care about will suffer." The message ended abruptly, leaving only silence in its wake. John T.'s heart pounded in his chest as he replayed the message, making sure he hadn't imagined it. The threat wasn't vague, it was specific and personal. Someone knew exactly who he was, and they knew how to hurt him. He stood frozen for a moment, every muscle in his body tense. His mind raced as he thought about the people he cared for, the few individuals who had somehow stayed in his life despite the risks of being close to him. His younger sister, Emma, living halfway across the country, his old mentor, Detective Harris, and of course, his friend and partner, Williams. His grip tightened around the phone. "They're trying to scare you," John T. muttered to himself, his voice low and hard. "They think they can push you off the case." But deep down, the threat had already planted its seed of doubt. Whoever had sent this message was powerful, and more importantly, they had access to his personal life. The phone buzzed again in his hand. Another text. "Walk away. Or watch them all fall." John T. stared at the screen, the cryptic warning glowing in the dim light. His pulse quickened, but his resolve hardened. No one would make him back down. John T. left his apartment quickly, the streets outside dimly lit and the air heavy with the promise of rain. His destination, Williams' apartment, a small, unassuming place on the outskirts of the city. It wasn't unusual for them to meet there when things got dangerous. The safe house had been compromised, and right now, there was no telling where they could be tracked. When he arrived, Williams was already waiting for him. The door creaked open, and John T. was met with the sight of his friend standing in the small entryway, his brow furrowed with concern. John T. Williams greeted him, stepping aside to let him in. "You look like hell." John T. offered a wry smile. "You're not wrong." He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. The apartment was as cluttered as ever, computer parts and papers scattered everywhere, a few half-empty coffee mugs on the table. It wasn't the most organized place, but it was safe. Or at least, it had been. John T. sat down on the worn-out couch, his hand running through his hair as he tried to gather his thoughts. "Something happened?" Williams asked, noticing the tension in his friend's posture. John T. nodded, pulling out his phone and playing the voicemail for Williams. The distorted voice filled the room, and John T. watched as his friend's expression shifted from confusion to anger. "Who the hell do they think they are?" Williams growled, his hands curling into fists. "They're threatening your family." "It's more than just that," John T. said quietly. "They know who I am. They know everything about me, about the people I care about." Williams sat down, his face pale. "You don't think they could go after Emma, do you?" John T.'s jaw clenched. The thought had crossed his mind. Emma had been out of his world for years now, living a quiet life far from the chaos of his career. He had kept her out of the line of fire on purpose, but if Black Horizon was really watching him, they could have found her. "I don't know," John T. admitted. "But I'm not going to risk it." Williams leaned forward, his voice low and urgent. "We need to be smart about this, John T. If they're making threats like this, it means we're getting closer than they ever expected. They're scared. That's why they're coming after you." John T.'s gaze hardened as he looked at his friend. "I'm not walking away. Not now." "Good," Williams replied, his determination mirroring John T.'s. "Because I've been working on something that might just give us an edge." Williams stood and walked over to his computer, quickly pulling up a series of encrypted files. "I've been tracking the movements of key players within Black Horizon," he explained. "People they thought were off the grid, but I've got some leads. And I think I know where Hale might be hiding." John T.'s eyes sharpened. "You found him?" "Not exactly," Williams replied, glancing over his shoulder. "But I think I know where we can start looking. If we follow this trail, it'll lead us right to him, and to whoever's been pulling the strings in Black Horizon." John T. nodded, feeling the weight of the warning still pressing on him. "We need to move carefully," he said. "If they know where I am, they might be watching you too." Williams waved off the concern with a tight smile. "Let them try." Back at his apartment later that night, John T. stood by the window, staring out at the city below. The weight of the threat lingered over him like a storm cloud. His phone was clutched in his hand, and for the first time in a long while, he hesitated. Finally, he dialed Emma's number. It rang a few times before her familiar voice answered, soft and warm. "John T. Hey, it's been a while." John T. took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. "Hey, Emma. Yeah, sorry about that. I've been busy." There was a pause on the other end, and John T. could almost hear the concern in her silence. "Everything okay?" she asked. John T. closed his eyes, leaning against the wall. He couldn't tell her the full truth, not without putting her in danger, but he needed to make sure she was safe. "I'm fine," he lied. "But I need you to do something for me. Just for a little while. Lay low. Don't talk to anyone you don't know, and if anything seems off, call me. Immediately." "John T., what's going on?" Emma's voice was filled with confusion and worry. "You're scaring me." "I don't mean to," Jonty said, his voice softening. "It's just work stuff. Some things are happening, and I need to know you're safe." There was a long silence, and then Emma spoke again, her voice more serious this time. "Okay. I trust you. Just, don't do anything stupid, okay?" Jonty couldn't help but smile, despite the tension. "I'll try not to. Just be careful, Emma." "I will," she promised. "Take care of yourself." The call ended, and Jonty stood there in the quiet, feeling a mixture of relief and dread. He had kept Emma out of the darkness of his life for so long, but now the shadows were creeping in, threatening to engulf everything he cared about. He wouldn't let that happen. The following morning, Jonty met with Detective Harris in a quiet cafe on the edge of the city. Harris had been his mentor for years, a guiding figure who had always been there when Jonty needed him most. But today, Harris looked older, more worn than usual, the strain of their recent investigation showing in the lines on his face. "I heard about the warning," Harris said quietly as they sat down at a secluded booth in the back. "You know what that means, don't you?" Jonty nodded. "They're desperate." Harris leaned forward, his eyes dark with concern. "And dangerous. More than they've ever been." "I'm not backing down," Jonty said firmly. "I can't." "I didn't think you would," Harris replied with a sigh. "But you need to be careful. This isn't just about you anymore. These people, if they're threatening your family, your friends." Jonty's jaw tightened. "I'm taking precautions. Emma's safe. Williams and I are moving in the shadows. I won't let them take anyone else." Harris studied him for a moment before nodding slowly. "Just make sure you don't become a martyr for this. We need you alive to bring them down." Jonty's eyes hardened with resolve. "I'm not going anywhere." As they finished their coffee, Jonty knew that time was running out. The walls were closing in, and the threats were growing more personal by the day. But now, with William's new lead and the knowledge that Hale was still out there, the path forward was clearer than it had been in weeks. But with every step he took, the weight of the warning loomed over him, reminding him that one wrong move could cost him everything. And he wasn't sure how much longer he could keep his loved ones safe. Later that day, Jonty and William sat down in the cramped space of William's apartment, maps and documents spread out before them. "We need to hit them where it hurts," William said, tapping a finger on a series of locations they had marked on the map. "Their finances, their connections, everything." Jonty nodded. "We start with the lead you found. Hale's hiding somewhere, and once we find him, we'll know how deep this goes." Williams grinned, though the tension never left his eyes. "We're getting close, Jonty. We've got them on the ropes." Jonty looked at the map, the lines and symbols representing the network of Black Horizon's influence. But as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was still missing, some final piece that would bring it all together. "We're not done yet," Jonty muttered, his gaze hard. "Not by a long shot." Williams looked at him, the weight of the fight reflected in his own eyes. "Then let's finish this." As they solidified their plan, Jonty knew one thing for certain: no matter what threats they faced, no matter how personal the danger became, he wasn't walking away. Not until Black Horizon was destroyed. The sun had barely risen, casting a pale glow over the city streets, when Jonty arrived at William's apartment. His footsteps were quick, his mind still preoccupied with the plans they had made the night before. He hadn't slept much, none of them had, but today, they were supposed to take a crucial step forward in their investigation. Williams had uncovered something big, something that could bring Black Horizon's entire network to its knees. But as Jonty approached the door to William's apartment, a strange feeling crept into his gut. The curtains were still drawn, and there was no sign of life inside. He rapped his knuckles on the door, waiting for William's familiar sarcastic greeting. Nothing. Jonty's brow furrowed as he knocked again, louder this time. "Williams," he called out, trying to keep the rising unease from his voice. Still no response. His heartbeat quickened. Something wasn't right. Williams wasn't the type to ignore him, especially not after everything they had been through. Jonty reached for the spare key he had, sliding it into the lock with a growing sense of dread. The door creaked open, and the apartment was eerily quiet. The usual clutter of papers, wires, and tech gadgets was scattered around the room, but there was no sign of Williams. The air felt still, too still, like the aftermath of a storm. "Williams?" Jonty called again, stepping further inside. His eyes scanned the room, noting the overturned chair near the desk, the cup of coffee still half full on the counter. His partner had been here, but something had interrupted him. Something had taken him. Jonty's gaze landed on the table, where William's laptop lay open. He moved toward it, his fingers brushing against the keys. The screen was dark, but when he tapped the touchpad, a single message appeared, glowing ominously against the black background. "We have him. Stop the investigation, or he dies." Jonty's heart sank, his hands trembling as he read the words again, disbelief warring with anger. His mind raced, trying to process the implications of the message. Black Horizon had taken Williams, his best friend, his partner in this relentless hunt for justice, and now they were using him as leverage. They wanted him to stop. But how could he? Jonty stood frozen for a moment, staring at the screen. The words pulsed in his mind, over and over again. "Stop the investigation or he dies." He slammed the laptop shut, the force of it rattling the table. His breath came in shallow bursts as a mix of panic and fury surged through him. How had they found Williams? How could they have known? They'd been careful, hadn't they? They hadn't used phones, hadn't left a trail that could be traced. But Black Horizon was everywhere, its reach extended into the darkest corners of society. His hands clenched into fists. They had his friend. Without thinking, Jonty pulled out his phone and dialed Williams' number. The line rang once, twice, 3 times, then went to voicemail. "Damn it, Williams," Jonty muttered, hanging up and pacing the room. His mind was a storm of conflicting thoughts. He couldn't lose Williams. Not after everything they had been through. They had started this mission together, and he wasn't about to abandon him now. But then the reality of the situation hit him like a punch to the gut. If he didn't stop the investigation, they would kill him. Jonty slumped down on the couch, his head in his hands. The weight of the decision was crushing. For the first time since this whole nightmare began, he felt truly helpless. He had faced threats before, death threats, bribes, even attacks, but none of it had ever been this personal. None of it had ever forced him to choose between saving the life of someone he loved and doing the right thing. He pulled his hands away from his face, looking at the cluttered room around him. Every piece of equipment, every file Williams had worked on, had been in the pursuit of one thing, bringing Black Horizon down. They had made so much progress, had uncovered so much about the syndicate's operations. But now, all of it was at risk. Jonty grabbed the edge of the coffee table, the wood biting into his palm as he gripped it tight. His mind raced, trying to think of a way out. Was there a way to save Williams without giving up the investigation? Could he call in backup? No, the police department couldn't be trusted. Brooks had been the mole, but who knew how many others were in Black Horizon's pocket? His phone buzzed again, snapping him out of his thoughts. It was a text. 12 hours. That was all it said. 12 hours to make a decision. 12 hours to walk away from everything they had worked for, or risk losing his best friend. Jonty stood up abruptly, grabbing his jacket. There wasn't time to waste. He had to find Williams, before it was too late. Jonty drove through the city like a man possessed, his eyes scanning every street, every alley for any sign of where Williams might have been taken. He thought back to all the places they had investigated together, all the known Black Horizon hideouts they had uncovered. But none of them seemed like the kind of place they would take a hostage. No, this was something different. Black Horizon wanted to send a message. They wanted Jonty to know that they could reach him, no matter how close to home it hit. He made a few calls to his contacts on the street, but no one had seen or heard anything. Frustration gnawed at him, but he pushed it down. He couldn't afford to lose control now. As he pulled up to a darkened alley near the docks, Jonty's phone buzzed again. This time, it was a picture. He nearly dropped the phone when he saw it. Williams, bound and gagged, sitting in a dark room. Blood trickled down the side of his face, and his eyes were wide with fear. Jonty swore under his breath, his heart hammering in his chest. He couldn't let them hurt him. Not Williams. Another message followed the photo. Midnight. Warehouse 6. Jonty recognized the location. It was one of Black Horizon's old shipping warehouses near the docks. They had raided it months ago, but clearly, it hadn't been fully abandoned. It was a trap, he knew that much. But it didn't matter. If that was where they were holding Williams, then that's where Jonty would go. His phone buzzed one last time. Come alone. The docks were eerily silent as Jonty pulled up to Warehouse 6. The air was thick with tension, the sound of waves lapping against the pier the only thing breaking the stillness of the night. He parked his car a few blocks away, making sure no one had followed him, before approaching the warehouse on foot. The building loomed ahead of him, a hulking shadow in the darkness. There were no lights, no signs of life. But Jonty knew they were inside, waiting for him. He kept his gun hidden under his jacket, his every step cautious. His heart pounded in his chest, but his mind was laser-focused. He couldn't afford to make a mistake. As he reached the door, it swung open on its own, the creak of rusted metal sending a chill down his spine. He stepped inside, his eyes adjusting to the dim light. The warehouse was empty, save for a single chair in the center of the room. Williams was tied to it, his head hanging low, blood matting his hair. His breathing was shallow, and his face was pale, but he was alive. Jonty moved toward him, his voice low and urgent. Williams, it's me. I'm going to get you out of here. Before he could reach him, a voice echoed through the warehouse, cold and mocking. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Jonty froze, his hand instinctively going for his gun. From the shadows, 3 figures stepped forward, their faces obscured by masks. The leader of the group, a tall man with a menacing presence, walked slowly toward Jonty, his gun trained on him. You made it easy for us, Detective Cross, the man said, his voice dripping with arrogance. We knew you'd come. Jonty's jaw clenched. Let him go. The man chuckled darkly. You're in no position to make demands. You've been a thorn in our side for far too long. But now, it's over. Either you walk away from this investigation, or your friend dies right here. Jonty's hand tightened around the grip of his gun, but he didn't pull it out. Not yet. His eyes flicked to Williams, who was barely conscious, his body slumped in the chair. The bruises and cuts on his face told Jonty everything he needed to know. They had tortured him. This wasn't just a message. It was revenge. What do you want? Jonty asked, his voice cold. The leader stepped closer, his mask reflecting the dim light. "We want you to disappear, detective. You and your little investigation. You walk away, and we let him live. But if you even think about continuing, we'll make sure it's not just your friend who suffers." John T.'s mind raced. He couldn't walk away, not now, not when they were so close to taking Black Horizon down. But if he didn't, Williams would die. The leader's gun pressed against Williams' head. "Time's running out, detective. Make your choice." John T.'s pulse quickened, his mind spiraling between fury and fear. He had never felt so trapped in his life. Williams was barely holding on, his life teetering on the edge, and John T. was the only one who could save him. But the price they were asking for was everything. Everything they had worked for, everything they had sacrificed. His hand hovered near his gun, his instinct screaming to fight, to take them down right then and there. But there were 3 of them. The odds weren't in his favor. If he tried something rash, Williams could die in an instant. He gritted his teeth. "How do I know you'll let him go?" The leader's smile was cruel behind the mask. "You don't. But you don't have much of a choice, do you?" John T. felt the weight of the decision crush him. He couldn't let Williams die. Not like this. But if he gave in, Black Horizon would win. They would continue to operate in the shadows, untouchable, while more innocent lives were destroyed. His hand slowly moved away from his gun. "I'll walk away," John T. said quietly, the words bitter on his tongue. The leader's grin widened beneath the mask. "Smart choice." He motioned for his men to untie Williams. John T. watched as they cut the ropes binding his friend, letting him slump to the floor. The leader kept his gun trained on John T. the entire time. "You've got 12 hours to disappear," the leader said. "After that, we'll be watching." Without another word, the men retreated into the shadows, leaving John T. standing there with Williams' broken body in his arms. As he held his friend close, the weight of his choice settled heavily on him. He had saved Williams. But at what cost? John T. knelt beside Williams, cradling his friend's beaten body in his arms, the hollow echo of the kidnapper's footsteps still reverberating in the warehouse. His heart pounded with residual adrenaline, his mind still spinning from the ultimatum he had just faced. The warehouse was dark, illuminated only by the faint light filtering through the cracks in the roof, casting long shadows over the empty space. Williams groaned softly, his head lolling to the side. Blood streaked down his face, pooling at the corner of his mouth. He opened his eyes weakly, his gaze unfocused, but he recognized John T.'s voice, even through the haze of pain. "John T.," Williams rasped, his voice barely audible. "I'm here," John T. said, his voice steady, but the undercurrent of worry was impossible to hide. "They're gone. You're safe now." "Safe," Williams tried to smile, but it only deepened the cuts on his lips. "That's a laugh. They'll never stop, John T. They'll come for us again." John T. helped him sit up, wrapping his arm around his shoulders to keep him steady. "Not if we stop them first. I'm not letting them get away with this." Williams blinked, struggling to stay conscious. His voice dropped to a whisper, urgent. "John T., there's something you need to know. Something, about the hourglass." John T. froze. The hourglass. He had seen that symbol more times than he could count now, on the banker's body, on Hale's cryptic message, and even in the underground bunker they had uncovered just days ago. It had haunted him, but it had always been an abstract threat, a metaphor for time running out. But hearing Williams mention it, now, in this moment, sent a chill down his spine. "What about it?" John T. asked, his grip on Williams tightening. "They're planning something big," Williams coughed, wincing in pain. Weapons. Shipments coming in. 24 hours, Jaunty. That's all we have. Then they'll bring those weapons into the country. We need to stop them. Jaunty's breath caught in his throat. The hourglass wasn't just a symbol, it was a countdown. A literal ticking clock that had been looming over them since this nightmare began. He glanced at his watch, the reality of the situation hitting him like a punch to the gut. 24 hours. That's all the time they had left. Do you know where the shipment is coming from? Jaunty asked, his voice urgent. Where are they smuggling it through? William's face contorted in pain, his breathing labored. Pier 19. Jaunty's heart raced. Pier 19 was one of the largest docks in the city, an industrial hub that stretched for miles along the coast. Hundreds of shipping containers came and went each day. If Black Horizon was using it to smuggle in weapons, they could hide their operation among the thousands of legitimate imports. They've been planning this for months, Williams continued, his voice weaker now. All the bribes, the corrupt officials, the cops in their pocket, it all leads back to this. They're using the chaos to sneak those weapons in. Jaunty's mind whirled. Black Horizon had always been about power, about control, but if they were smuggling dangerous weapons into the country, their plan went beyond that. They weren't just pulling strings in the shadows anymore. They were preparing for something bigger. Something violent. Jaunty stood up, helping Williams to his feet. We need to get you to a hospital. No, Williams protested weakly, his voice shaking with determination. No hospitals. They'll find me there. We need to stop them. Together. You're in no condition to help, Jaunty said firmly. I can't let you get killed, not after everything we've been through. Williams gripped his arm, his eyes locking with Jaunty's. If you go alone, you won't make it. You need me. And we have to stop this. No more delays. Jaunty stared at his friend for a long moment. He knew Williams was right. This was the endgame now. There was no room for hesitation, no time for caution. The clock was ticking, and Black Horizon was about to unleash chaos on the country if they didn't act fast. Jaunty and Williams made their way back to the car, moving slowly, careful to avoid drawing attention. The warehouse was behind them, but the urgency of the situation pressed down on them with every passing second. Jaunty's mind raced as he thought about what they needed to do next. Pier 19 was a massive operation, too big for just the two of them to cover. They needed help, but who could they trust? As they reached the car, Jaunty pulled out his phone, quickly scrolling through his contacts. His hand hesitated over several names, but each one carried the risk of betrayal. Brooks had been the mole in the department, who knew how many more there were? He couldn't afford to tip Black Horizon off again. Finally, he dialed a number, waiting as the phone rang. Captain Mills, a gruff voice answered on the other end. It's Jaunty, he said quickly. I don't have time to explain everything, but I need your help. Now. There was a pause on the other end, and Jaunty could almost hear the gears turning in Mills' mind. Captain Mills had been one of the few people Jaunty still trusted in the department, a seasoned cop who had been around long enough to know when to bend the rules, and when to break them. What's going on, Cross? Mills asked, his tone cautious. You're still suspended, remember? I don't care about that, Jaunty snapped. This is bigger than my suspension. It's about Black Horizon. They're planning to smuggle a shipment of weapons into the country, and we've only got 24 hours to stop it. Another pause, longer this time. Where? Pier 19, Jaunty said, glancing at Williams, who was slumped in the passenger seat, pale and barely conscious. It's going down tonight. I need backup, but I don't know who we can trust. This operation runs deep, and I can't risk tipping them off. Mills sighed on the other end. This is way over your head, Jonty. You should have walked away when you had the chance. I don't have a choice, Jonty said, his voice firm. I need your help, Captain. Are you in or not? There was a long silence, and Jonty's grip tightened on the phone. He didn't have time for second thoughts or half-hearted responses. He needed someone who would act, and he needed them now. Finally, Mills spoke. Fine. I'll get some people I trust. But if you're wrong about this, it's your ass. Jonty let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. I'll send you the details. He hung up and looked at Williams, who had his head resting against the window. Help's on the way. Williams nodded weakly. Let's just hope it's enough. As night fell, Jonty and Williams found themselves parked a few blocks away from Pier 19, hidden in the shadows of an old abandoned building. They could see the distant lights of the pier, the steady hum of activity as shipping containers were loaded and unloaded from massive cargo ships. It looked like any other night at the docks, but Jonty knew better. Somewhere among those containers was Black Horizon's shipment, the weapons that could change everything. Jonty checked his watch. Less than 12 hours to go. We're cutting it close, Williams muttered, his voice hoarse. He had insisted on coming along, despite Jonty's protests. The bruises on his face had darkened, and he still winced with every movement, but his eyes were sharp with determination. We've been through worse, Jonty replied, though he didn't entirely believe it. This was different. This wasn't just about taking down a corrupt syndicate anymore, this was about stopping an act of terrorism, something that could have far-reaching consequences if they failed. A few minutes later, a dark SUV pulled up next to their car. Captain Mills stepped out, his expression grim as he approached. Behind him were two other officers Jonty recognized, Stevens and Carter, both detectives Jonty had worked with before. They were tough, no-nonsense types, and more importantly, they weren't on Black Horizon's payroll. This better be worth it, Cross, Mills said, looking around at the darkened street. You're risking all of our careers on this. I wouldn't have called you if I wasn't sure, Jonty replied, pulling out a folded map of the pier. We need to move fast. There's a shipment coming in tonight, and it's going to be hidden among the usual imports. Black Horizon's bringing in weapons, something big. We have to intercept it before it reaches the streets. Mills studied the map, nodding slowly. All right. We'll split up. Carter and Stevens will cover the north end of the pier. I'll take the east. You and Williams check the central. Loading docks. We'll regroup once we find something. Jonty nodded. Be careful. They're not going to go down without a fight. With that, they dispersed, moving quietly through the maze of warehouses and shipping containers. The air was thick with tension, every shadow feeling like a potential threat. Jonty and Williams made their way toward the central loading area, sticking to the shadows as they approached. Do you think they'll have armed guards? Williams whispered, wincing as he moved. I'd be surprised if they didn't, Jonty replied grimly, scanning the area ahead. Black Horizon knows we're onto them. They're going to be ready for us. As they rounded a corner, they spotted movement up ahead. Two men in dark clothing were standing by a large shipping container, talking quietly. One of them had a gun holstered at his side, and the other was holding a clipboard, checking off something on a manifest. There, Jonty whispered. That's got to be it. They moved closer, careful not to make any noise. Jonty's heart raced as they crept along the edge of the building, getting into position. He pulled out his gun, motioning for Williams to stay back. We need to take them out quietly, Jonty said. If they sound the alarm, we're done for. Williams nodded, drawing his own weapon. They moved in tandem, keeping low as they approached the guards. Jaunty's mind was laser-focused on the task ahead: take out the guards, secure the shipment, and stop the weapons from reaching the streets. But just as they were about to move in, a voice crackled over the radio attached to one of the guards' belts. "Red alert. We've got cops on the premises. Secure the shipment and get out." Jaunty's blood ran cold. They had been made. "Go," he shouted, rushing forward as the guards reached for their guns. The fight was on. Gunfire erupted as Jaunty and Williams engaged the guards, dodging behind shipping containers for cover. The sound echoed through the night, and Jaunty knew they had only moments before more of Black Horizon's men arrived. He fired off a few shots, hitting one of the guards in the shoulder and sending him sprawling to the ground. "We need to get to that shipment," Jaunty shouted over the noise, his voice hoarse. Williams nodded, breathing hard as he fired back at the remaining guard. They pressed forward, moving closer to the container that held Black Horizon's deadly cargo. The minutes ticked by, each second a reminder that their time was running out. Finally, they reached the container, the massive metal doors looming in front of them. "This is it," Jaunty muttered, adrenaline surging through his veins. He grabbed the handle and pulled the door open. Inside, stacked neatly in rows, were crates of weapons, guns, explosives, and ammunition. Enough firepower to start a war. Jaunty's heart raced as he stared at the crates, the full scope of Black Horizon's plan sinking in. They had been preparing for this for months, years, maybe. And now, in less than 12 hours, those weapons would be on the streets, in the hands of criminals, ready to wreak havoc. "We have to destroy them," Jaunty said, his voice tight with urgency. "Now." Williams nodded, grabbing a crowbar from a nearby toolbox and prying open one of the crates. Inside, they found high-grade explosives, the kind used in military operations. Jaunty felt a chill run down his spine. "These aren't just any weapons," Williams said, his voice grim. "They're planning something big." Jaunty didn't need to hear more. He grabbed one of the explosives, quickly setting a timer. "We'll blow the whole shipment sky high. That'll stop them." As they worked, setting explosives in key locations around the container, the sound of footsteps approached. Jaunty looked up just in time to see more of Black Horizon's men rushing toward them, guns drawn. "We've got company," Williams shouted, ducking behind a crate as gunfire erupted again. Jaunty fired back, his heart pounding as he fought to hold them off. The timer on the explosives ticked down, 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 8 minutes. They had to hold the line. They couldn't let Black Horizon escape with those weapons. "Keep them off me," Jaunty shouted to Williams, firing another shot and taking out one of the attackers. Williams nodded, returning fire as more men closed in on their position. The fight was brutal, intense, every second a desperate struggle to survive. Finally, the timer reached 0. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The shipping container erupted in flames, the force of the blast sending a shockwave through the docks. Black Horizon's shipment was destroyed. As the smoke cleared, Jaunty and Williams stood in the wreckage, panting, bruised, but alive. They had done it. But as they stared at the burning remains of the weapons, Jaunty knew this wasn't the end. Black Horizon was still out there, still planning something. And now, more than ever, they would be gunning for him. The clock was still ticking. Jaunty sat in the back of the old, nondescript sedan as it sped through the quiet streets of the city, the darkness outside broken only by the occasional flicker of streetlights. His mind churned with the revelations of the past few hours. The explosion at the docks had crippled Black Horizon's weapons smuggling operation, but the war was far from over. Williams, bandaged up and recovering, sat in the passenger seat, quietly watching the road ahead. He hadn't said much since they had left the docks, his face pale and drawn with exhaustion. The stakes were higher than ever, and the both of them knew they were inching closer to the heart of the conspiracy. But one revelation had hit Jonty like a punch to the gut, a whisper in the dark, a clue he hadn't seen coming. Hale was alive. Jonty's eyes flickered toward the small folder resting on the seat next to him. Inside were the cryptic financial records, offshore accounts, and coded messages that Williams had decrypted. It all pointed to one chilling conclusion: Victor Hale, the prominent businessman who had supposedly gone missing under strange circumstances, hadn't just vanished. He had been orchestrating the chaos from behind the scenes, pulling the strings of Black Horizon like a puppet master. The realization had stunned Jonty. Hale's disappearance had sparked this entire investigation, and now to learn that the man was not only alive but actively working to rebuild his criminal empire, it felt like the ground had shifted beneath his feet. "You're quiet," Williams finally said, breaking the tense silence that had settled between them. Jonty blinked, shaking himself out of his thoughts. "I'm just trying to wrap my head around it all," he admitted. Hale, alive, after all this time. He faked his death, stayed hidden, and now he's pulling the strings from the shadows. Why now? Why come back? Williams let out a soft sigh, wincing as he adjusted the bandages around his shoulder. "Because he's a survivor, Jonty. People like Hale don't just disappear. They adapt, they manipulate, they wait until the perfect moment to strike. He's been waiting for this." Jonty frowned, his jaw tightening. But why set all this in motion? Why the hourglass, the cryptic messages, the murders? What's the endgame? Williams glanced at him, his expression grim. Power. Revenge. Control. Hale had it all once, and now he wants it back. The car slowed as they neared their destination, an old, abandoned mansion on the outskirts of the city, hidden away behind thick trees and tall, wrought-iron gates. It was the last known safehouse linked to Hale, according to the records they had uncovered. If Hale was still alive, this was their best chance to find him. Jonty's grip tightened on the handle of the door as they pulled up to the gates. His heart pounded in his chest, a mix of anticipation and dread. This was it. They were finally about to confront the man who had been at the center of this entire conspiracy. The mansion loomed before them like a relic of a bygone era, its once grand facade now overgrown with ivy and neglect. The iron gates creaked open as Jonty and Williams stepped out of the car, the cool night air biting at their skin. The place had an eerie, abandoned feel, but Jonty knew better than to assume it was empty. Hale had always been a master of deception, and he wouldn't have chosen this place by accident. Jonty approached the front door cautiously, his gun drawn, while Williams covered his back. The silence was oppressive, the only sound the crunch of gravel beneath their boots. "I've got a bad feeling about this," Williams muttered, glancing around at the shadows that seemed to move with them. "You're not the only one," Jonty replied quietly. He reached for the door handle, half expecting it to be locked, but to his surprise, it swung open with a low creak. He exchanged a glance with Williams before stepping inside, his senses on high alert. The interior of the mansion was just as dilapidated as the outside. Dust covered the furniture, cobwebs hung from the ceiling, and the air smelled of damp decay. But beneath the surface, Jonty could sense something more. The house wasn't just abandoned, it was staged, carefully crafted to appear forgotten. Every detail was too precise, too deliberate. "This place gives me the creeps," Williams whispered, his eyes scanning the room. "Stay sharp," Jonty murmured, his gaze sweeping over the grand staircase that led to the second floor. Hale could be anywhere. They moved deeper into the house, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallways. Every creak of the floorboards, every shift of the shadows put them on edge. Jonty's instincts screamed at him that they were walking into a trap, but he couldn't turn back now. Hale was here, he could feel it. As they approached the study at the back of the mansion, the door was slightly ajar, a sliver of light spilling out into the hallway. Jonty signaled for Williams to stay back as he edged closer, peering through the crack in the door. Inside, the study was dimly lit, the flicker of a single desk lamp casting long shadows across the room. Papers were scattered across the desk, maps pinned to the walls. And in the center of it all, standing with his back to the door, was a figure, a man, tall and broad-shouldered, his hands clasped behind his back. Jonty's breath caught in his throat. It was Hale. For a moment, Jonty hesitated. The man before him looked so different from the polished, confident businessman he had seen in photos. His hair was longer, streaked with gray, his posture more rigid, but there was no mistaking the air of authority he carried. This was Victor Hale, the ghost who had orchestrated everything. Jonty pushed the door open slowly, stepping into the room, his gun trained on Hale's back. "It's over, Hale," he said, his voice steady despite the tension coiling in his chest. "Turn around." Hale didn't move at first. The silence stretched between them, heavy and suffocating. Then, slowly, the man turned, a small, knowing smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Detective Jonty Cross," Hale said, his voice calm, almost amused. "I've been expecting you." Jonty kept his gun raised, his eyes locked on Hale's every movement. The man before him was calm, too calm for someone who had been on the run for years, hiding from both the law and his enemies. It was as if Hale had been waiting for this moment, as if he had planned for it all along. "You're a hard man to find," Jonty said, his tone cold. "You've been pulling the strings from the shadows, haven't you? The disappearances, the murders, Black Horizon, it all leads back to you." Hale raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. "I see you've done your homework. Impressive. But I'm afraid you've only scratched the surface." "Enough games," Jonty snapped. "Why go through all this trouble? Why fake your death and hide for all these years? What's your endgame?" Hale's eyes gleamed with a dangerous intensity as he stepped closer, unafraid of the gun pointed at him. "You see, detective, I didn't fake my death to escape. I did it to regain control. The empire I built, it was taken from me, piece by piece, by traitors and fools. But I bided my time. I waited for the perfect moment to strike. And now, here we are." Jonty's grip tightened on the gun, his mind racing. "You're behind Black Horizon, aren't you? You've been using them to eliminate your enemies and rebuild your empire." Hale chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Black Horizon is a tool, nothing more. They serve their purpose, but they're not the end game. No, detective, my plan is much bigger than that." Williams, who had been standing in the doorway, stepped forward, his voice strained. "You've been orchestrating this from the start, haven't you? The hourglass, the murders, the chaos, it's all been part of your twisted game." Hale's gaze flicked to Williams, and for a moment, his expression hardened. "Ah, Mr. Williams. I see you've survived your little encounter with my associates. Impressive, but ultimately irrelevant. You see, you and your friend here have been playing a game you don't even understand." Jonty's jaw clenched. "What game?" Hale's smile returned, more sinister this time. "The game of power, detective. The game of control. I faked my death to escape the enemies who sought to destroy me. I hid in the shadows, letting them believe they had won. But all the while, I was watching, waiting. And now, I've set the stage for my return. Jonty's mind whirled as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Hale had never truly disappeared. He had been orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, manipulating Black Horizon and his former associates to reclaim the empire he had once ruled. The murders, the cryptic messages, the hour glass, it had all been part of his grand plan. "You're insane," Jonty said, his voice low and filled with contempt. "You think you can just waltz back into the criminal underworld and take control? After everything you've done?" Hale's eyes flashed with fury, but his smile remained intact. "I don't think, Detective. I know." Before Jonty could respond, the door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. He whipped around, his heart pounding as two armed men stepped into the room, guns drawn and aimed directly at him and Williams. "Drop your weapon," one of the men ordered, his voice cold and authoritative. Jonty's mind raced. He was outnumbered, and there was no way they could fight their way out of this. Reluctantly, he lowered his gun, letting it clatter to the floor. Hale's smile widened as he watched the scene unfold. "It seems your time has run out, Detective. I told you, you've been playing a game you can't win." Jonty's fists clenched at his sides, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. "This isn't over, Hale." "Oh, but it is," Hale replied smoothly. He turned to the armed men. "Take them to the basement. I have a few more pieces to move into place before the final act." As Jonty and Williams were forced to their knees, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against the back of Jonty's head. Hale's voice echoed in his ears, a chilling reminder of the power the man wielded. But as the darkness closed in around them, Jonty's mind remained sharp, focused on one thing, escaping, and bringing Hale's twisted empire crashing down once and for all. The moon hung low over the horizon, casting an eerie glow on the dark waters as the boat sped toward the remote island. Jonty stood at the bow, the wind whipping through his hair, his gaze fixed on the jagged silhouette of the island ahead. His heart pounded with anticipation, adrenaline surging through his veins. This was it, the final confrontation with Victor Hale, the man who had orchestrated every twist, every murder, every betrayal from the shadows. For months, Jonty had been chasing the truth, peeling back layers of deception and corruption. Now, as the boat cut through the waves, he knew it was all leading to this moment. The island loomed like a dark omen, isolated and nearly impossible to access without inside knowledge. But Jonty had the coordinates, extracted from the last encrypted message found in Hale's mansion. Williams, pale but resolute after his recent brush with death, sat beside him, quietly checking his gear. They both knew the risks. Hale was not only dangerous but a man with unlimited resources and a network of allies. The island was likely rigged with traps, and Hale would have the upper hand in these unknown waters. But it didn't matter. Jonty was prepared for whatever was waiting. "You ready for this?" Williams asked, his voice low but steady, breaking the silence. Jonty nodded, his gaze never leaving the dark outline of the island. "I've been ready since the day Hale faked his death." Williams gave a half-smile, though there was no humor in it. "Just remember, this isn't the first time we've walked into a trap." "Yeah," Jonty said, his jaw tightening. "But it will be the last." The boat slowed as they neared a small cove on the northern shore, hidden from view by rocky outcroppings and dense jungle growth. The island itself looked like something out of a nightmare, sharp cliffs, dark forests, and the distant silhouette of an old, crumbling fortress at its center. A fitting place for a showdown with a man like Hale. Jonty's heart raced as they secured the boat to the shore and made their way onto the rocky beach. The air was thick with humidity, and the sounds of distant waves crashing against the cliffs echoed in the distance. Every instinct screamed that this place was a trap, but he pushed the fear aside. Hale was here, he could feel it. And there would be no more running. The path through the jungle was overgrown, the thick foliage clinging to their clothes as they pushed forward. Jonty led the way, his senses sharp, every rustle of leaves or snap of a branch setting him on edge. They moved in silence, their only guide the faint glow of the moon filtering through the trees. The island was eerily quiet, as if it held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. After nearly an hour of trekking through the jungle, they reached the edge of a cliff. Below them, nestled in a hollow surrounded by towering rocks, was the fortress. It was ancient, its stone walls crumbling in places, vines crawling up its sides like nature reclaiming what was once taken. But despite its dilapidated state, the fortress radiated a sense of menace. Lights flickered in a few of the windows, and the faint hum of machinery could be heard from within. "There it is," Williams whispered, his eyes scanning the fortress. "Looks like Hale's been busy." Jonty crouched beside him, peering through the scope of his rifle. "He's fortified it. There's no telling how many men he has in there." Williams nodded, adjusting his gear. "It's not going to be easy getting inside. But then again, when has it ever been easy?" Jonty allowed himself a grim smile. "Let's hope we've still got some surprises left." They descended the cliff carefully, sticking to the shadows, every step calculated to avoid detection. The entrance to the fortress was guarded by two men, heavily armed, their faces obscured by night vision goggles. Jonty signaled for Williams to take the left guard while he moved in on the right. With silent precision, they approached the guards. In a swift, practiced motion, Jonty grabbed the nearest man from behind, clamping a hand over his mouth before delivering a sharp blow to his neck. The guard crumpled to the ground without a sound. A second later, Williams dispatched the other guard with a swift strike to the temple. They dragged the bodies into the underbrush and quickly moved toward the entrance. Jonty's pulse quickened as he pressed his ear against the large iron door. The faint sound of voices and footsteps could be heard on the other side, but nothing out of the ordinary. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Williams, who gave him a nod. "Let's do this," Williams said, his voice tight with determination. Jonty pushed the door open, and they slipped inside. The fortress was a labyrinth of dark corridors and damp stone walls. The deeper they went, the stronger the feeling of being watched. Hale had always been 2 steps ahead, but Jonty was determined to change that. As they moved through the dimly lit halls, they encountered more guards, all dispatched with ruthless efficiency. At the center of the fortress was a large, open chamber, the heart of Hale's operation. The room was filled with high-tech equipment, computers, monitors, and servers. Maps of global trade routes, weapons diagrams, and lists of high-profile names were pinned to the walls. Black Horizon's reach was far more extensive than Jonty had ever imagined. But it wasn't the technology that caught Jonty's attention. Standing at the far end of the room, in front of a massive screen displaying encrypted data, was Hale. Jonty's breath caught in his throat as he stepped forward, his gun aimed at Hale's back. For a moment, the two men stood in silence, the tension thick in the air. Hale didn't move, didn't even turn around, as if he had known Jonty was coming all along. "Victor Hale," Jonty said, his voice hard. "It's over." Hale chuckled softly, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "Over?" he repeated, finally turning to face Jonty. His face was calm, almost serene, but his eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating intelligence. "Oh, detective, this is far from over. In fact, it's only just beginning." Jonty's grip tightened on his gun. "You're finished, Hale. Black Horizon is done. Your empire is crumbling. It's time to face justice." Hale's smile widened. "Justice?" he said mockingly. "You still believe in that, don't you?" After everything you've seen, everything you've uncovered, you still think there's such a thing as justice? Jonty's jaw clenched. There is. And you're about to find out. Hale's eyes flickered with amusement as he took a step closer. You're a fool, detective. You think you can just walk in here, point a gun at me, and end it all? No, no. It's not that simple. You see, I've spent years building this, planning every detail, manipulating every player. And you've been nothing more than a pawn in my game. Jonty's mind raced as Hale's words sunk in. He had known from the beginning that Hale was dangerous, but this level of control, this calculated manipulation, it was far more than he had anticipated. I've beaten your game, Jonty said through gritted teeth. I've taken down Black Horizon. Your empire is falling apart, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Hale's smile never wavered. You really think so? Before Jonty could react, the large screen behind Hale flickered to life, displaying live footage of the docks. Jonty's heart sank as he watched in horror. Ships loaded with containers, Black Horizon's final shipment, were already on their way out of the country. Hale's operation was still in motion, and Jonty was powerless to stop it. You see, detective, Hale said softly, stepping closer. I always win. Scene 4, the final showdown. Jonty's pulse raced as he realized the full scope of Hale's plan. The man had anticipated every move, prepared for every outcome. Black Horizon wasn't finished, it was evolving. And now, with the weapons already in motion, Hale held all the cards. You won't get away with this, Jonty said, his voice low but filled with fury. I'll stop you, no matter what it takes. Hale's eyes gleamed with amusement. I admire your determination, but it's futile. You're too late. By the time you leave this island, I'll be untouchable. Jonty's mind raced as he searched for a way out, a way to turn the tide. He glanced at Williams, who was quietly working on a nearby terminal, trying to access the servers. If they could shut down the shipment remotely, they might still have a chance. But Hale noticed the movement, his smile fading. I wouldn't do that if I were you, he said coldly, pulling a small remote from his pocket. One push of this button, and your friend there dies. Jonty's blood ran cold as he saw the detonator in Hale's hand. The chamber was rigged with explosives. Hale had prepared for everything. You're bluffing, Jonty said, though he wasn't sure if he believed it. Hale's expression darkened. Am I? For a moment, time seemed to freeze. Jonty's mind raced, his heart pounding in his chest. He had one shot, one chance to take Hale down before he could trigger the explosives. In a flash, Jonty lunged toward Hale, his gun aimed squarely at the man's chest. But Hale was faster than he expected, darting to the side just as Jonty pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed Hale's arm, sending him staggering back, but it wasn't enough to stop him. Hale's face twisted with rage as he raised the detonator, his finger hovering over the button. You've lost, detective. But just as Hale was about to press the button, Williams appeared behind him, tackling him to the ground. The detonator flew from Hale's hand, clattering across the floor as the two men struggled. Jonty rushed forward, grabbing the device and disabling it before it could trigger the explosives. Hale let out a furious scream as Jonty and Williams overpowered him, pinning him to the ground. It's over, Hale, Jonty said, his voice cold with finality. You're done. Hale's eyes burned with hatred as he spat, you may have stopped me, but you'll never stop the Black Horizon. We're everywhere, detective. This is just the beginning. Jonty stared down at the man who had caused so much destruction, so much pain. He had won, but the battle was far from over. Hale's words echoed in his mind as he cuffed the mastermind and led him out of the fortress. The sun was just beginning to rise as Jaunty and Williams made their way back to the boat, Hale in tow. The island, once a symbol of Hale's power, now felt like a distant memory. But the weight of everything that had happened still hung heavy in the air. As they boarded the boat and began the journey back to the mainland, Jaunty allowed himself a moment of quiet reflection. He had won, but at what cost? Black Horizon was still out there, its tendrils reaching into every corner of the world. The fight wasn't over, it had only just begun. But for now, Jaunty allowed himself to breathe. Hale was in custody, his empire in ruins. And as the boat sped across the water, Jaunty knew that, no matter what came next, he would be ready. He always was. Thank you for listening to IFFI Audiobooks. We hope you enjoyed the story and that it sparked your imagination. If you'd like to hear more exciting adventures, mysteries, and timeless classics, don't forget to subscribe and press the bell icon. Stay tuned. See you in the next story.